Yo, welcome to San Miguel TV. We are live. This is a special San Miguel TV edition. Let's dust this shit off right now. Let's wipe the dust off the old shit right now. Get to some new shit. What's happening with Hebrew Israelites, man? There's a lot to talk about. As you can see from my last lives, I try to keep it on one topic, but there's just so much to talk about. That's what we're gonna do. We're gonna try to do that again tonight. We'll have some guests on tonight. Shout out to Gerari, who came out last time. Came on last time at A Sharp. Everybody else from St. Ivan, who shouting me out in the comment section, who's still doing his thing. Chris wears sneakers. Vocab Malone even dropped by. I think even Jim Green shows some love. Everybody that always shows love to San Miguel TV, you know I appreciate it. I'm going to keep doing this thing as much as I could do it. I'm going to keep sharing information that I think is relative to former members, people that were raised up in the ICGJC, people that think that the ISUPK has the truth today, people that think that Sakari has prophets like Gorilla Hebrew and all these other fake ass people that, you know, are claiming to be something that they're not, and trying to appeal to people that just don't know any better. Yo, this is like a damn sickness that's going on right now in the world. This shit is crazy. It's people need somebody to listen to, and that's fine as long as that person is giving you actual, like, relatable, verifiable, truthful information, and they're not trying to swindle you into taking your money. You know, that's when it becomes a little controversial in my opinion. You know, well, you know, we're gonna get into all of that regardless. So welcome again. San Miguel TV's back. You know, like I never left. I think I got a comment already. Miss Baker's in the house. Welcome. A bunch of fake ass people, man. Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, I mean, really, when you look at the relationships that you build when you're in a cult, it's all fake, and it's all based on the leadership, you know. And if you do anything that the leadership might not like, even if your friend is not offended by it, but your friend is in the cult, or your so-called friend, or your sister, or your brother, as they like to say it. Every cult always uses that term, and you could even hear that outside of cults. And they say, "Oh, this brother, this sister," you know, and that could be harmless, you know, too. If it's just, you know, you're just referring to somebody as a brother and a sister, I don't see anything wrong with that, really. But the fact that all people in cults speak that certain language, it does make me want to, like, refrain from continuing to use that term, you know. But sometimes I throw that term out, like I'm so used to speaking in that way that's just what I do. But yeah, I mean, listen, you're gonna get information, constantly get information from people out here in the world that you are maybe attracted to or interested in, you know, for whatever reason, because maybe they'll keep you plugged into a certain, you know, information or certain source that you can relate to, and it's important to you. Like ICGJC is still important to me. Definitely not in the way that it used to be, but to me, it's important that people in there get a full, just rounded, how they say, well-rounded education. You know, and these people are being kept away from certain information and certain sources. So now you can't even filter information whether it's true or not. They already tell you that the information is false, and now you don't even get to use your common sense, and you don't get to use your brain properly in there. These people are thinking for you. You're not actually doing your own thinking. They're doing the thinking for you. It's like they're chewing the food for you and spitting it in your mouth, and you're swallowing it. Like you're not doing any of the work. You're just kind of like, just getting whatever they give you, and you're not actually doing the. And when we're talking about eating versus processing something with your brain, it's something completely different. I'm just trying to use an analogy, but to actually learn something and how the process works, it's going to be better for you to go through that process rather than you just getting the easy way out and just being told something. We were like intellectually lazy up in there, like it creates these intellectual laziness. It creates what's called an irrational fear of whatever. I mean, if you look up what an irrational fear is. I mean, we could do that right now because I have the option of sharing my screen. So let's do that. I've been had that option, but now with this advanced version of the StreamYard that I got, man, I'm gonna try to really give y'all a way more higher quality, streams and all of that. But yeah, let's just look up irrational fear, because this is something that happens in the Hebrew Israelite community, period. I'm gonna just click on the first thing I see, and then maybe I'll find something. I don't want to spend too much time searching and looking for something. What's up to Saint Ephraim? Interesting how there's more celebrities that have gravitated towards BHI than ever. Yeah, it's just growing, man. It's just naturally just growing. Just like you have a lot of celebrities that are Seventh-day Adventists or Jehovah's Witness or Scientologists. That's just gonna happen when it grows. What's up to A Sharp? Yeah, Ephraim, how long were you in that cult? He says only a few years officially, but a believer in the general message since '92. Same as the media politics of the world. They are thinking for you. People need to wake up. Yes. You know what's one thing that they do for you? They feed you certain stories that give you that lead you to believe that something is true when it's actually not. And one thing that I did, if you go into my channel, I did something that I never seen anybody else do. I actually put all the school shootings in a whole year. I went through every local news and I put it all in one video. Try to find another video that has done that. I don't think you could find that, at all. I spent like two and a half months putting that thing together, man. It took me like 2.5 months. I had to make sure everything I had was on point. The dates were right. The order of which the dates happened, because I started from January. And one thing that they'll tell you is that white people do more school shootings. That's actually not true. And that's repeated so often that it's insane. Every year, black people do more school shootings. I'm going to tell you straight up. White people, when they do school shootings, they kill more people. So it kind of still balances out when you want to, if you care about how many people are dying. Yeah, that's what people are most concerned about. How many people are actually dying or getting shot? Well, actually, black people will shoot. Like the some of the school shootings, I don't know, for whatever reason, it's like there's more people that'll get shot. But when it's a black school shooter, it's like only one person will get killed or two people will get killed, but it'd be like 7 people that get shot. When it's a white school shooter, that motherfucker kills like 18 people, man. And it's like, that's why it seems as if there's more white school shooters, but it's because the stories are bigger and they go national. When it's a school shooting and it's like at a football game and it happens at a parking lot because there's beef and one person is shooting and then 3 people might get shot, one person dies, or sometimes nobody dies. But you think it's all about just dying? If you get shot, that's a lifelong thing that you're going to deal with. That shit don't get spread out the way that I see the white school shooters get spread out. So people have a false impression of who's doing more school shootings. It's insane, like how all you have to do is go through the actual archives and look at every school shooting for the year and look it up yourself. Look up the suspect, look up the victims, and you see that there's more victims that are black, actually, because it happens more often. You'll have a school shooting like 3 to 6 times a month, like there'll be like 50 or like maybe it'll average out to about 4 times a month, because I did there's some months off of the school year, so It's at higher than 4 times. But there were like 52 school shootings in 2022. There's 52 weeks in a year. So that means that you had a school shooting every week, but it's actually higher than that because there's 2 months out of the year where there's no school. So a school shooting is classified as anything on school property. It could be at a school game, it could be at a library, anything that's dealing with school property. And then a mass shooting is when at least 4 people get shot. And mass shootings, it's the same thing. Hebrew Israelites have a very jaded view of what's actually going on in the world, and it's even worse. It's even worse with far left, like liberals. They make it seem like there's only coming from like one thing, and it's weird how this is actually a problem that's going on that we need to fix, and then it's just getting ignored, like as if it's not happening. That shit really irks me. Especially we talk about children, we're talking about kids. It's just, I don't know. There's different cultures with different people. It's like whenever it happens that a white person does a school shooting, that person is like mad at life, man, and he's just hates everybody, and he's got like a devil. He got a damn demon in him and shit, and he just wants to kill as many people as possible. When it's a black school shooter, it's usually, sometimes it happens about the same time when it's like a black school shooter that's fed up with life. But the reason why it happens more is because it's like some beef or some stupid shit where they end up trying to shoot the person, and more people get shot, and then it's classified as like, oh, this is like a school shooting because it's a shooting happening in a school. That's just one thing that I seen that actually went through the evidence, and I didn't rely on the media telling me what's going on. I actually went to the actual source, and I looked at every individual situation. And I pretty much posted it on my channel, man. So you can't tell me shit about, like I posted it on my channel. Go watch the video, man. The only thing you got left to say is that, oh, no, this is all fake, and it's Hollywood is behind the news media, and it's like, come on, man. There's victims here. You think everybody's acting? Everybody's a paid actor? Like that's that fucking Alex Jones shit. But listen, man, that's a whole nother story. That's a whole nother thing. What we're talking about here is the Hebrew Israelite community. They do sometimes commit violent acts, and it happens. Those people, that's not the typical message that I see coming from Hebrew Israelites, is that we need to go out and shoot people and kill people right now. Hebrew Israelites aren't teaching that. Let's get that straight. I don't want to give people the impression that that's, that they're actually going out there doing that. It has happened with Yahweh ben Yahweh. If you know about Yahweh ben Yahweh, I can't even remember his actual real name right now, but he became a leader of a Hebrew Israelite group. He used to be in the Nation of Islam, which is not too different from Hebrew Israelites. He was actually giving commands and orders for his members to kill people. He wasn't doing it on the videos, and during the sermons, but he was doing it on the low to people behind the scenes. And he has followers to this day that don't believe that was going on. Hulan Mitchell, thank you. Hulan Mitchell Jr. But yeah, I put the link out on the in the comment section. Anybody can join. I like when anybody joins. You might get kicked off. Don't get offended. But no, I apologize for doing that. I was a little saucy the other night. But I was also really tired, man. I had work the next day, and I'm like, yo. Anyways, we're gonna get into, let's talk about irrational fears. I wanted to share this right here. This is one of the things that they put on you as a Hebrew Israelite, man. You just have these irrational fears of believing in any like FBI evidence or FBI statistics are completely almost always tossed out the window when it comes to a lot of these Hebrew Israelite types and these other black supremacist types, that just because the information is coming from a source that it might be predominantly white, all of a sudden that information is now you got to be afraid of it, and you got to be afraid of not being in our cult too. Just anything that is not dealing with what the information that's coming from with us, it's on shaky ground anyways. So yeah, let's talk about the irrational fears. Um, what's an irrational fear? It's if we can read that right there. Irrational fears or phobias result in extreme dread toward a specific object or situation, even without risk of danger. There's irrational fear right now of the police. That's an irrational fear that's being pushed on the Black community. That anytime, at any moment that you might go out into the streets, a police officer might decide to take your life because you're an African American. That's an irrational fear that is not only in the Hebrew Israelite community, that's being pushed in all these pro-Black groups. And even on the left side of politics, with some real far left and not even that far left politicians, Biden was even pushing this. Kamala Harris, Obama. Obama was talking about this with what's his name down here in Sanford, Florida was I can't even think of his name. He wasn't even killed by a police officer. But Obama came out and said if I had a son, he would have looked just like dang, I can't remember his name. Yeah, say it. Y'all know it. Hebrew Israelites jump on those situations. Like what happened to Mike Brown in Ferguson, Missouri. Guess who went out there to Ferguson and did a whole damn flyer mission? It was a bunch of Hebrew Israelites, but IUIC went out there heavy. And now they're using those situations as reasons for why, we need to gather together. They exploit the fear that people in general have, especially Black people have, for police officers. They exploit that because some of that fear is irrational. Sometimes it's legitimate, but it's hard for me to just overgeneralize and say, oh, because you're wearing a certain uniform, you might be the damn Tampa or Hillsborough County Police, and just because I heard something that happened with the NYPD, I'm going to now generalize you too because you both have similar jobs. And I'm going to have to just like, oh, nah, I'm afraid of you. I'm driving off for this. He just pulled you over because your tints are too black or whatever, too dark. Or you made a swerve or whatever. No, he's pulling you over. And now you're making the situation even worse by not wanting to pull over or not wanting to comply and give your ID. They do this with sovereign citizens, the Moorish Science Temple cats. Yo, it's insane what's going on. And I see a lot of it just being spread through the Black community. Hispanics are getting caught up in this too. Go check out these sovereign citizens, man. There's a lot of these cats be white too. But some of them mix in that Moorish sovereign citizen thing because there's like a sovereign citizen law if you're from Morocco that was created years ago. And it's for Moors, but it has nothing to do with just you claiming as a citizen of this country that now you're claiming you don't have to comply to the police officer. You're a sovereign citizen. I don't have to pull over. Yo, where does that ever say? There's nothing in the laws that say that you don't have to pull over for a police officer because you claim whatever, you're tax exempt. That shit is all crazy stuff, man. Yo, this shit is so like, I mean, there's blatantly, like, clearly false information that's put out, and people refuse to ignore it. And a lot of it is because of irrational fear, man. You just don't trust. You have a general distrust for any authority that's a government that comes from this country because this nation has a history of oppression and enslavement and all of that. And now you want to constantly bring that up at every turn. You want to make that a reason for why, you don't need to work, or people say that, well, I demand reparations. I never got reparations. So I can just steal from a Walmart. and shit, reparations. Like people literally think this, you know. There's a lot of insane shit that's going around in the world, but I like to focus on this type of shit that I come across more often. And this is the type of stuff I come across more often. It might be because who I have in my circle and what I'm more familiar with, but you got to be very careful with this. All of this is very similar to what Hebrew Israelites push. You know, there's just irrational fear of things like, and it's almost, yeah, it's almost like a psychological issue that you have. It's like, you need some type of therapy. This stuff is. I mean, let me see. I don't know if I was able to share it. Was I able to? Did y'all see the other screen? Let me see. Sometimes I forget this opens up into another screen. But here we go. Irrational fears. Let's just read that one more time. The other screen. Irrational fears, again, result in extreme dread toward a specific object or situation, even without risk of danger. Those experiencing irrational fears may avoid thoughts, images, or discussions about these triggers, sometimes to the detriment of their work, social, or home life. Common examples include small spaces, bugs, heights. We need to go into more of like religious psychology and like cult indoctrination and things like that, because that's going to get more into what we went through. So when we talk about irrational fear, cult indoctrination in psychology, you're going to have like cults that base their whole message on fear. So cults use fear-based indoctrination tactics, right? Let's get into it. Cults use fear-based indoctrination tactics to manipulate and control their followers. These tactics include playing on people's irrational fears and using threats to make them dependent on the group. Yeah, man, like you're gonna if you leave the cult, you're gonna fall into poverty, even though when you were in the cult you were already in poverty. Or it made you get into poverty. Sometimes that's what happened. You would fall into poverty because you're coming into the church, and then you might lose your husband, your wife, your mother who's supporting you, your mother supporting you. You're damn renting out a room, and then here you are barking on her because she chose to cook some pork or some shit like that. And now she wants to kick you out of the apartment, and you're blaming it on the devil. All that type of stuff. Yeah, that's another irrational fear is the KKK. The KKK right now is down to like 2,000 members, man. Like that shit is you're talking about old 1960s and 1940s, 1950s stuff. This is what I'm constantly seeing with Hebrew Israelites. It's like they want to be like Malcolm X. They want to be these revolutionary types. And it's like you're stuck in a time when this shit is not even happening anymore. It's like this is the irrational fear. The KKK being in the police forces is true, and it was only in certain police forces at a certain time too. It's not like this shit is just ongoing. The Polk County Police definitely had KKK. That's over in Tampa, in Lakeland, in Davenport. You could go look that up. Polk County police officers, KKK. That's true. We're gonna go back to like, I think in some cases it might be the 90s. And this is all bad. Then you have situations where there's police officers that in Texas. There was a sheriff in Texas that he was found out later on, but which is good, but that still doesn't pretty much do away with the damage that was already done. But yeah, I mean, this stuff gets found out and then they get punished because it'll just be one single cop sometimes. Those situations where it's a whole police force that is, just the KKK, like that's not going on at all right now. That's not how it works with the police force. Like they have these motherfuckers when they do get what do you call it, convicted of something, like the police officer that killed what's his name, George Floyd. That's because there's overwhelming evidence, or there's, on top of that, there's also a political push that was what was going on with George Floyd. Because even with that situation, there's no way that you can prove that it was because of racism. So what happens is that a lot of times people put intent into a situation where they it's like, you're telling me that you can read this person's mind. And if you're not telling me that, then you're telling me that you have a religious, or you have a bias against a certain people, and you just assume that they just are just thinking the worst. You assume the worst in people, and that's a horrible thing to do too. You just assume the worst in people. You assume that, every cop is going to be racist, or that every cop is involved with the KKK, and if you got stopped and you're black, it's because, like, now you take no responsibility for yourself. It's because, go watch these body cams nowadays, man. I could tell that some of y'all don't watch body cams. Like, watch the stuff that's on, like, Midwest Safety. Watch Midwest Safety. He has some of the best body cam videos, where you see uncut, unfiltered, raw interactions between all types of people, between police with all types of people, man. Like, this shit happens like 50, like 30,000 times a day or something like that. It's like 20,000 times a day. There's a police interaction that's caught on video with the public. The police are getting monitored very closely nowadays because of technology. So what we have going on nowadays is, if they're going to put an irrational fear on you based off what happened in history, and that is you not now being aware of linear time. That's like what they used to do in the ICGJC, when they used to make it seem like what's going on in the Bible is what's going on now, and there's never any progression, as if you can't clearly see that there's been progression with racism in this country. You can clearly see it. When we put ourselves in this state of mind, like we're still slaves, now you have an irrational fear, and you're going to suspect people of just being evil because of your irrational fears. These irrational fears are not based on any actual evidence that you can actually put to the person that you're dealing with, the actual cop. You don't know that cop from anywhere, but because of another situation, now you're putting that situation and connecting it with this particular situation. That's what people do all the time. It's not, you can't really do that when it comes to, like, different police forces and different places and different locations. Like that doesn't make sense, because they don't have a trained order to do anything, like, like, there's no law. People constantly say that there's systemic racism. There's no law that's literally against you right now, that's against anybody based on race or gender or sexual orientation, all that shit. There's no law that you can show, like, oh, this is what they do. Cops are trained to get aggressive when a certain thing happens. Now, black people are trained by society and social media to not trust the cops. And that's completely goes in conflicts with their training on how you're supposed to respond when a person responds this way. So it's going to be a constant war, because we're being told one thing and not really understanding what cops' procedure is when you don't do certain things. Now, you're going to have your one-offs, that you're going to overgeneralize because you've seen it that happen one time, you're going to say, well, this happened one time, so now I can't never, so what are you going to do? Every time a cop pulls you over, you're just going to pull off? Like, no, man, there's a certain way that you're supposed to behave and comply. And just because you're black doesn't mean that you have the right to pull off at a traffic stop because you're scared. You don't know how many times I've seen that. And then now they call more cops and it's a police chase. You're going through the city, cops chasing you, and then your excuse is, well, I was scared. I was scared. I was scared. Well, guess what? You have an irrational fear that's been put on you by these groups that are out here protesting, making a big noise whenever a black man gets killed by a police officer. But even though you have more mass shootings in the black community, and you have more school shootings coming from the black community, you don't have an irrational fear towards your other fellow black people. When actually, if you want to use what's actually going on, which you shouldn't, you should have that irrational fear towards your own people because they're the ones that are killing you the most. So that whole shit does not make any sense at all. If you want to generalize people by race, like you like to do with police or whatever, or white people. Come on. We can go into the FBI statistics of interracial violence, and you can see that there's more interracial violence actually coming from black people towards white people nowadays. And you don't see it being spread out there in the news media because maybe you're not following the right channels. Maybe you're not looking for the right sources and getting the right information. You have a tunnel vision. People get stuck. They leave the cult and they get stuck in the similar tunnel vision of these pro-black that are usually anti-white. And they're not giving you a full understanding of what's going on. They're giving you a very, very tunnel vision of what's going on. And you get a false impression. Like there's like 11, there's like I think it's 5 times more black children getting shot than there are white children. Like, come on, man. How is that happening when you have 5 times more white people in this country than black people? You have way more white people in this country than black people, but there's more shootings in the black community. We have to blame that on ourselves. We have to blame that, people are going to say, well, who's making the guns, but who's buying them and who's shooting them? Why are we not talking about that? Every time I hear people talk about this topic, it's always very, very jaded. I don't think people have the right statistics. You're not looking at the math. You can't blame poverty also. When I hear somebody blame poverty for the behavior of a certain people, I'll tell you that there's more white people living in poverty right now in this country than there are black people living in poverty in this country. So why is it that you have more murders and more violence and just overall in general more crimes coming from the black community? Like, this is a fact. You can look this up. This conversation is old and tired, man. And people always try to look for the little statistics that they don't even understand how math works. They don't understand there's 5 times more white people in this country. So you got to factor in how the rate of something is happening per population. There's going to be more crimes happening in New York City than there are in Boise, Idaho. That's because there's way more people in New York City, than in Boise, Idaho. But if you factor the population and you do it by the rate at which it's happening per every 1,000 resident, or you could do it per every 10,000 or every 100,000 resident, then you can figure out, well, is it really happening more often? But yeah, it just seems like it is because there's more people in New York City and there's a closer space. Everything is more, trapped in. But even then, you'll find that in certain places, yes, there is a higher rate of murder. You have West Virginia that has a high poverty rate, but they have a very low murder rate or homicide or violent rate. But yes, they have very, very bad poverty in West Virginia. So how do you explain those type of things? You have to understand the difference between absolute poverty and relative poverty. Like this is already been studied, man. We always think we have the answer for things, and if you don't actually go out there and study what's going on, you're gonna repeat what you think sounds good that you've been hearing on your woke ass, whatever the hell you listen to, And it's like sometimes people base their belief also on the Bible, and they attribute that to everything that's going on. And if it doesn't match up with what the Bible says, then it's not real. Like the Bible, you might get the impression that the earth is flat based on the Bible. Now, when you look at reality, everything tells you that the earth is not flat, man. Everything tells you that the earth is a sphere. There's no way that you could explain a solar eclipse if the earth is flat. There's no way that you could explain archaeologists constantly building bridges, for example, based on the curvature of the earth, man, like the Verrazano Bridge in Brooklyn. You know, the certain shadows that are cast at different times is all based on the curvature of the earth. The way that ships, they disappear bottom up in the horizon, that all lets you know that the earth is not flat, man. I was watching this Lord Jamar shit, you know, with Godfrey. He got his whole beef with Godfrey. And you know, it's there's Hebrew Israelites that believe the earth is flat. But that's a whole nother thing, man. I mean, that's part of what's happening in the Hebrew Israelite community for sure. But you know, you got false prophets out here, man. I was watching Gorilla Hebrew with Tazaryak talking to, man, I forgot the name of the channel, man. But you know, if y'all want to come on, because what's his name? Girari is gonna come on. And he'll probably tell me that link. I forget the name of that. But I'm gonna look that up right now, man. Yeah, my bad. I'm not paying attention to the comment section too well. Oh, the True Nation in Los Angeles. Yeah, that's that group that man, there's a video that I posted where these cats actually had like a peace treaty, you know, whatever. They had a little peace meeting. And if I could find it on my channel, I'll show y'all real quick. And they show pictures where, you know, they had IUIC pretty much up in their church, True Nation. They had IUIC in their church out there in Cali. And these cats was told after they posted pictures of them in unity, they were later told by the IUIC that they don't want their pictures up with them in unity. They don't want to show that. And this was an order that came from on high because the other group posted those videos. And then later on, IUIC was told by their damn slave masters, pretty much is what it sounds like. Like you a goddamn slave master now. Or you're a slave to these people. They giving you an order on what to do on Facebook, man. This is ridiculous, yo. See if I can find that video for y'all. Kind of funny. IUIC tells other Israelites, yeah, this is True Nation right here. I'll share the screen real quick.
Our school, look,
that's True Nation.
We
right?
let them in our school. Look, we let them in the school. We dapped them up, and I said, you know what? This is a beautiful moment, man. Can we at least get a picture with our brothers? The brothers took a picture. I posted the picture on Facebook. An hour later, I get a phone call from the captain that was there, like, hey, brother, can you please take the picture down? Upper leadership said, take the picture down. I'm like, damn, it's just a picture. It's just a picture. We're not teaching or nothing. Now, can you please take it down for me? I took it down out of respect for that brother because I didn't want to get that brother in trouble. But then you go and stand next
trouble, man.
Yo, Bishop, this is your
to an idolater.
This is the highest dude in your camp. This is the highest dude in your camp.
You go stand next to idolaters.
Maybe something missing. Maybe the bishop ain't on the one accord with the rest of his leadership.
Man, nah. You go stand next to idolaters, bro. And you tell us to take down a picture? We let
them. That's True Nation right there, man. This is like a crazy ass story of Them cats coming together, man. Oh shit, it was all peace. This is what there's Hebrew Israelites that are not part of any groups. They dream of the day when all these cats will come together. This is their dream, bro. And then here's some unity finally being shown. And you know, if people know that brother, that's definitely a Los Angeles cat that's down with True Nation, or that at least he was down with True Nation. I think he broke off and started his own thing. But I think his teacher was like the founder of True Nation, is what it was. Something like that. You know, I might be a little bit off there, but you know, I can't keep up with all these cats. Like I try, yo. I try, I really do. And if I don't have a real conversation with somebody that knows them or themselves, then I can't truly know. But I think I heard that cat was definitely down with True Nation, or his teacher was a True Nation teacher. I don't know, man. There's a bunch of different groups that come out. It's hard to keep track of these cats. But you know, they try to have this unity and it just doesn't work out, yo. They've been trying to do this for a long time and it just doesn't pan out the way that they wanted to. You know, IUIC and ICGJC definitely don't get along. Okay, so Mike B said I could be wrong, but I think he might be in Believers of the Way. Yeah, I think you might be right. I remember hearing something like that. Like he's not down with True Nation, but he was that dude, the main dude. He seems mad familiar. His voice is very like distinct, and I've seen him before. I recognize him. You know, IUIC just seems to be in all these conversations in the Black Hebrew Israelite community. Like you saw them in, you know, in Miami. You see these cats. ICGJC came across this shit.
You don't have no now. What you mean? Right now? You know, y'all know what's going on. I'm in sin right. Listen, you know, y'all know what's going on with the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. Y'all know that we under attack. Y'all know that the Holy
Israelites are under attack, period, bro.
Y'all know, listen.
Read what you got. It's
the book of Numbers, bro. Hold on,
chapter 15,
verse 38.
Who made it to y'all
Hold on, listen, bro.
When the alphabet boys
to the children of Israel and bid them,
command them
that they make the fringes on the borders of their garments.
God see for the fringes on the border of your garment
throughout their generation.
Y'all know only on the Sabbath.
Yeah, this is an ICGJC member who is going against their orders that they are not to speak to any other Hebrew Israelite groups out here. So this cat is rebellious as hell. He's probably been put out or whatever. He's probably not even really down with them, because people that are really down with the ICGJC, they won't even talk to any of these other people and any other groups unless they were commanded to do it, because they have a certain group that's supposed to be the only ones. They have a certain unit that's supposed to be the only people that interact with these other groups that are called rebels to them. So this cat, you can see he's so aggressive towards his own people. IUIC ain't even coming off that way. So yeah, this shit is crazy how he's coming off. Let's see here.
That ye may look upon it and remember,
His brother remember the commandments, because you just went in the store and bought on the Sabbath.
Bring it on.
What does that mean? So I can't do that. So what about when you hungry? What about you hungry? You take your behind to the doggone Burger King or McDonald's and you buy something to eat on the Sabbath day. Man, shut down, bro. Shut down. What you do though?
No, I don't. I don't do that. None of us do that.
Whole family gang banging one over colors. Hey, I know that you seen the same things coming up. I know that you seen that man change. I'm growing up. I hear that they say the Bible got solutions, but I'm clueless. All I hear is trap music and them views is going stupid. Who's it that's gonna view?
Okay, listen to that. Read it.
Isaiah 52 and verse 8. Thy watchmen shall lift up the voice.
That's us preaching in the street, uttering our voices in the street.
It ain't just you, it's Israelites, it's Israel, period.
Listen, we're Israelites. We're from the nation of Israel. That's the nation, right? We're as a nation, we're prophesying. We're the watchmen for our people. Trying to tell them to stop the drugs, stop the killing, stop all this, and keep God's commandments. Read it from the top.
Thy watchmen shall lift up the voice.
That's what we're doing right now. Read.
With the voice together shall they sing.
Read.
For they shall see eye to eye when the Lord shall bring again Zion.
We ain't gonna see it eye to eye until Christ comes back. Some things you teach, we might not agree on, but we got to hold true to what we know until Christ comes.
But now when he returns, now only the true biblical Hebrew, listen, when he returns, those that even thought that they knew the truth according to what they thought was the truth, they're going to see that the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ, where the Holy God sent Comforter, Holy Apostle, Chief High Priest, and Doctor resided, they're going to see that that was the real truth.
That's crazy as hell, man. What he's saying right there is just crazy, man. Like, yo, this guy could be put in a straitjacket, man. You could like picture him in a straitjacket saying all of this, and this is exactly what he would like. I wouldn't think anything like anybody that's walking by right now and listening to this they're just completely baffled, man. This is insanity, yo. Like Gorilla Hebrew with Tazaryak. Like I want to play that video, you know, tonight. Where I forgot what big channel they were on, man. Debating this white dude and this black dude. And it was mostly this white dude that was going back and forth. I think the black dude was the moderator, and then Tazaryak and Gorilla Hebrew. That's ISUBK and Sakari leaders, pretty much. I mean, I guess you can call Tazaryak ISUBK's leader at this point. You know, talking about Gorilla Hebrew, talking about how he's a prophet, and he couldn't name one thing, one prophecy that came to pass that he said. You know, these cats sound even crazier, though, man. I mean, this whole God sent comforter shit. I can't believe I was a part of this. Yo, I think about it to this day, and I'm like, how the hell did I? It was like my brain was hijacked for a little while there, and it was, yo. I think about it now, and I'm like, this is insanity. Listen to what this guy's saying. Even IUIC seems rational when this cat from the ICGJC comes around. This is how bad the ICGJC looks.
And that's where the brothers don't start. Listen, it's the truth. Let's talk about the truth. See, that's what you want. You see, I ain't gonna go there. You know why? Because that's what you want. Bro, make yourself stand out.
Listen, the scripture says
the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ is the truth. That's the only way, bro. That's the only way. It says one gate, one truth, that we all be in the same mind. That's that same mind. That's that same mind. That's that same mind that we all gonna be in when Christ come back. And it's only through the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ.
This is the book of 1 Peter, chapter 4 and 11. If any man speak, let him speak as the oracles of God.
Now I spoke with the oracles of God. So I'm telling you, my brother, show me the scriptures where you say your church got the truth.
Listen.
Nobody can do that. There's no scripture that shows you that the IUIC has the truth. What they'll do is go to the scripture that says the church that was in the wilderness. But now anybody that claims to be an Israelite can claim that scripture and say that it's talking, we were the church. But how many Israelite groups or denominations are there? There's hundreds. There's maybe thousands, or you know, in the low thousands. You know, but I would say somewhere between. I mean, you know, that there's going to be different little groups out there. How many are there now? I'll probably say anywhere from like 300. I don't want to give such a big gap, but groups, I would say anywhere from maybe 200 to 500. It's hard to really tell. I mean, I probably know. Maybe that's too high. I don't know, man. It's like it's hard to tell how many there have been versus how many there are, because they're constantly changing names. They're constantly breaking off, and then it's like a 3-man group, and then I don't know if they're still like around, they're still doing their thing, but there's like groups that are just 10 deep. Like you could be a group of 2. That's the problem. Like that's the thing, you know. So you could have a group of 2 people that call themselves the sons of Yahushai. I'm constantly coming across people calling themselves the sons of Yahushai, or the nation of Israel, the nation of Israel, because there's Hebrew Israelites that believe in the New Testament and Old Testament. Then there's Hebrew Israelites, which are Old Testament only. There's Hebrew Israelites that include Hispanics and Native Americans in their 12 tribes chart. There's Hebrew Israelites that are called the Negro only Hebrew Israelites, or the black only Hebrew Israelites that don't F with Hispanics. So they only keep it, with the blacks. There's Hebrew Israelites that there's a Hebrew Israelite group, at least one that I come across, that only believes that the 12 tribes are Hispanics. Now that's a new one right there. That's crazy. But off the top of the head, okay, let's list a few of them. The Sons of Thunder became their own little group. Ambassadors of Christ, that's AOC. ICGJC, that's Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. There's the ISUPK, which is the new ISUPK, the Israelite School of UPK, Universal Practical Knowledge, which used to be, or actually, they didn't even used to be anything. They stole the acronym and created the Israelite School of Universal Practical Knowledge. The Israeli School of Universal Practical Knowledge was one church that became the Israeli Church of Universal Practical Knowledge. Then it became the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ. I lost count. Then you got the IUIC, that's Israel United in Christ. You got Great Millstone, that's GMS. You got Sakari. You got the Genesis Israelites. You got another group that came out of Sakari. I forget their name. You got the House of David. You have the Gathering of Christ Church, that's GOCC. They came out of the Light and Body Church, which I don't even think they're a thing anymore. That was another Hebrew Israelite group. You have the Watchmen for Israel group. That became something else too, or they're still the Watchmen for Israel, but there's another group here in Orlando. Remember the dude that I was showing that was saying that, damn, thou shalt not see it no more again is Israel, and then a week later he's saying thou shalt not see it no more again is the land of Egypt. That cat broke off into his own little fucking subgroup now. We're up to like what, 12 to 15 groups now. So I might be over maybe analyzing it or overestimating it rather. But there's such a big amount of them, like it's hard to number them, yo. There's the Sons of Yahushai. I think I said that already. There's there's that group with that dude, Judah Nazareth. There's the Harbinger, damn Christ, whatever the hell. You got the pastor, what's his name, man? The dude that turned the whole Christian church into a Hebrew Israelite church, Pastor Dowell or some shit. He's like Christian as hell. He's technically a Hebrew Israelite. You got the House of Yah. You got the Nation of Yah. You got the Yahweh ben Yahwehs. That's another group. Like I'm trying to list everybody that I could remember right now. You got the African Hebrew Israelites. There's a few of them. That's a whole nother Hebrew Israelite division. But I don't know. What is the definition of sin? Definition of sin, according to the Bible, is the transgression of the law. Sin is transgression of the law, right? Now, the word sin, I think, carries a lot of baggage that you can't explain. You can't even carry, because you're saying, for example, let's show this. You're saying the law, transgression of the law. Okay. Deuteronomy 24:16, right? That's the law. We're talking about the Torah. Tawara. Well, here's the law right here. This is for you, Gabriel Interiano. This is right here for you, right? Deuteronomy 24:16. It's not going to show the whole scripture, but you can look it up yourself. The father shall not be put to death for the children, neither shall the children be put to death for the father. Then it goes on to say, everybody shall be put to death for their own sins, right? Now, we have King David committing a sin. He committed a sin, and then God killed King David's baby that he had with Bathsheba. Now, isn't that the father committing a sin and then the child paying for that? Isn't that what that is? You know, we're going to talk about sin. It's like it holds way more weight because it deals with the laws of God and the Bible and Jesus Christ and God. But Deuteronomy 24:16 says that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father. Now, 2 Samuel 12 and verse 14 tells you the reason why. Let me see. Is it second as yeah, my bad. 2 Samuel 12:14 in the KJV. Everybody's favorite version. Every Hebrew Israelite's favorite version is the KJV version of the Bible, man. That old British English, they don't even understand. What up, Brooklyn Outlaw? Yeah, so my question is, if you're supposed to be responsible for your own sin, right? According to the Bible, sorry, I know this thing is like glitching right now. I'm supposed to be responsible for your own sin and your own action. You have King David's children, King David's child being killed for what King David did. So I'm just going by what the law says, because the law says that the children are not supposed to die for the sins of the father. Nah, man. I'm tired of these lame responses, man. Every time I try to like ask this question, I'm trying to share the screen, but it's going berserk. So listen, we went through Deuteronomy chapter 24:16. Some sins couldn't be covered, I guess, by animal sacrifice. Some required death. Through Jesus Christ, there's grace and mercy for repentance. Listen to what I'm saying. King David committed a sin, and the sin includes the birth of another human. King David committed the sin. Now, that's another person that actually is his child, but why wouldn't you hold King David accountable for what he did? And then you're killing a child when actually Hebrew Israelites are completely against abortion. But we're killing a child. I mean, he wasn't aborted. He was killed the day that he was born, which is even worse if you ask me. This is crazy. According to the scriptures, I don't believe any of this shit is true anyways. No, that's not showing grace. Because shouldn't God kill King David? Why does he have to kill anybody anyways? Why can't he just kill a goat? Why does the baby have to die? If he always required a blood sacrifice and we were able to kill goats as a scapegoat, then why does he have to kill the baby? What did the baby do? If everybody should be accountable for their own sins, and when you read 2 Samuel chapter 12, verse 14, it tells you the reason why the baby died, it was because of the actions of King David. You know? Listen, man, I'm not on here to try to confuse you or whatever, but I think that you are already confused. I think that the scriptures is not in sync. It is not, really, it's not the perfect, like even any document written by people is not going to be perfect. You're going to have contradictions, man. You're gonna be able to squirm and find your way to bend your brain and make it make sense But what I'm asking you, and according to your own law, Deuteronomy 24:16, Deuteronomy 24:16, it says that the children shall not be held accountable for the sins of their father. What does that mean? Like every man shall pay for their own sins. Now you have a baby being born, and then the reason why he's dying is because of King David's sin. Yo, nobody could ever answer this question because it's a clear contradiction, man. It's actually a clear contradiction in the Bible. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, so that makes it even more wrong. Actually, many men in his army died because of his sin. Well, what does that have to do with Deuteronomy 24:16, where it says we don't have to die for other people's behavior? How the hell am I going to commit a crime and then you're going to get my son to pay for it? Yo, let that shit happen in America today, and people are going to be crying all types of injustices. But why is it okay for God to do that? You're making it okay for God to do that because you have you like God. That's your buddy, and you want to impress God. You don't want to offend God. You're scared of God. You have an irrational fear of something that is not even there. And it's all based on how much you believe in the words of the Bible, because you believe in it, and that's supposed to be a good thing, but as actually seems to be a bad thing, because now it's going to lead to you making excuses for when you come across situations like this that you don't know how to explain. What are you going to say, man? God can do what he wants. God can do what he wills. That's crazy, man. Because the Bible says that God gave us the law to show that we're righteous. That was our righteousness in the sight of the nations. So that means that God should be the number one example of how to be righteous. It's like you smoking meth in front of your kids, and then you're telling your kids, don't smoke meth. Only I can do this because I can do whatever the fuck I want. I created you. I can take you out. You know, it's the same thing. It's the same goddamn thing. I'm going to smoke this goddamn methamphetamine. You shouldn't do it, but it's okay because I'm giving you the overall law. It's like, come on, this is all bullshit. I don't know what that means, A sharp. This is the problem with still believing the Hebrew Israelite doctrine. Even if you want to become a Christian, there's so many issues, man. There's so many issues with killing the firstborn of the Egyptians. It's the same thing. You know, every firstborn of the Egyptian is being punished for what the Pharaoh did. And not only that, God said that he wasn't going to let the Pharaoh even think for himself. God interfered with Pharaoh's thoughts and programmed him to go against what he commanded Moses to tell him to do. And that was all supposed to be just to show an example of God's power. And okay, but in the meantime, all these firstborn of every Egyptian died because of what Pharaoh ended up not complying to, because God said that he wasn't going to allow him. He was going to harden his heart. I should have. I don't think I've ever believed in I mean, I did believe in a God, but I think I was convinced. I was never really convinced. I just believed in it. So it had nothing to do with I hate the church, therefore I hate God. That's what a lot of people think, that I came to the conclusion. And I think that that's actually very disrespectful, because you're making it seem as if I didn't have a right reason to not believe in God. And I probably just don't believe in God because I'm just mad at the situation that happened in the ICGJC. I hate when people try to equate those things because I've never said that. I actually had great times in the ICGJC. I've made great friends in the ICGJC in certain times while I was in there. There were bad times that I wasn't aware of because I believed in so and so. And I have a difference. I put a difference in belief and knowledge. I never had any knowledge that there's a God. I never had any knowledge that that Jesus Christ died for my sins. There's no way that you can prove that Jesus Christ died for your sins. So I think because I've made mistakes like that in my life, I started changing the way that I come to conclusions of what I think it's actual knowledge versus what I believe. We conflate all the time what we believe with what we know. And we have to be careful doing that. So I don't say that there's no God. You guys are all the ones saying that there is a God. And then my response is, I am not convinced. That doesn't mean that I can prove that there's no God or that I believe that there's no God. I'm not convinced that there's a God because everybody's talking about different gods. Every time I turn around, there's a new person telling me about a different God. And he has different characteristics every time. And it's all based upon your belief. So, people do this all the time. Like Tahar does this all the time. He always makes it seem like as if I don't believe in God because of Tazadakia. And that's not true, man. Like I actually have reasons for why I'm not convinced that there's a God. We can calculate the wind, even though we don't see the wind, we can detect the wind. There's no way that you can detect God and we all come to the same conclusion. We're trying to all detect God and we're all coming to many different conclusions of what God is. That's not what happens with wind or different gases that you don't see that we can still detect. Yeah, you don't see God, but how can you detect God? Your interpretation of what you think is there is a God that you feel, and this is all based on your personal feelings. That doesn't mean that that thing is there because you feel it like it's there, none of that shit actually adds up or makes sense. Yeah, I mean, everybody's trying to find their own path. And I think that people are taking baby steps out of the cult. People are taking baby steps, right? And I started doing that at first too. And then I took a giant step and I said, it seems that all this shit is wrong. But people are taking a baby step and instead of believing in Tazadakia, now they take Tazadakia out, but they're still Israelites. Here's one step. I'm still an Israelite, but Tazadakia is not the comforter. Now, some people might go out of being an Israelite. They're taking another baby step. Well, I still believe there's a God, but I don't believe I'm an Israelite no more. Then there's people, or I'm a Christian and I believe in the God of the Bible, the Abrahamic God, but I don't believe that I'm an Israelite and whatever. Or, you might go from Christianity to Islam because that's an easy transition. You know how hard of a transition it is for your brain to go from there's a God to there's no God. I didn't really do it all the way like that because I did take a few little baby steps out, but then I got to a certain point where I realized that everything that we do is our interpretation of the scriptures. It's all based on faith. And I wanted to take a leap away from all of that and actually now put the burden on the actual people that are making the claims instead of putting it on me to prove it, or to disprove it. It's not on me to disprove that there's a God. Like if you say there's a Martian that's living on Pluto, man, his name is Marvin and he eats cotton candy or whatever. How can you prove that? Oh, can you prove that there isn't a Martian named Marvin on Pluto? Now I have to try to disprove that. How the hell can I go about trying to disprove something like that? Especially when you say God is everywhere and nowhere. at the same time, now you can't even tell me anything that I can pin down and try to say that no, it's not true, unless you say something like, okay, fear is the beginning of truth, right? Like, let's say this. The Bible says fear is the beginning of wisdom and fear is good in the Old Testament. Then in the New Testament, it says that there's no fear in love. That if you're in love, you shouldn't have any fear. If you love Jesus Christ, why are you fearing Jesus Christ? Now, people are going to go into their apologetics and they're going to explain how that can make sense. There's something wrong with the Hebrew Israelite community at large, but it's a problem that's it's deeper than that. It's deeper than that. It's you being indoctrinated since you were a kid to believe that there's an invisible man out there that cares about you and your personal feelings, and that might make you feel special. But none of that shit is true, man. There's people that are gonna say, none of that shit seems to be true. We don't have any real evidence of any of this stuff, man. Especially if you try to pinpoint it to the Christian God. Like that's why people jump away from that. They get away from there's a Christian God. They get away from there's the Muslim God or Abrahamic God or any other God, and then they jump to that there's a God, but there's no religion, and there's a creator. And sometimes you hear them they speak in this very spooky language, where they'll say that the universe doesn't want you to be this, and the universe is trying to speak to you. The universe. That's another crazy ass doctrine. And these people claim to be more scientific, but it's like they still making it seem like the universe has an intent and is trying to make things kind of go your way or whatever, and it's like there's like basic rules to life, and those things exist because they're here and we can acknowledge them. Why those things are here? Was there a purpose and an intent? We can't prove none of that stuff. There's people that see a big crazy car accident and they'll say, thank God that person lived. But if you really think about it, if you want to thank God, shouldn't God have prevented that whole accident to begin with? But it's like, is it a game where God is just trying to show that, oh, see how I can allow disaster to happen and I'll save a person? How do we know that person just wasn't in the right position where their body just didn't, get such trauma as it could have had if they would have hit at another angle or at a different speed or anything? It's like you're not considering math, you're not considering aerodynamics, you're not considering science, you're not considering all these different possibilities. Like if there's a child, that gets I forgot, there's different stories where people survive, like what's the impossible? And it's like they attribute that to a God, man. And they can't prove it wrong. They can't prove it true. You can't prove it wrong. So because I can't prove it wrong, it must be true. That's not how logic works. If it can't be proven true, then it's probably wrong. Or at least you shouldn't believe in it. But there's some things that you say, well, I think that this is true. Or I have a feeling that this is true. But as long as you acknowledge that you can't prove that it's true, then now you're speaking more right. So that's how I feel about people that believe in God. It's like you have to acknowledge that you can't prove that God exists. So for a person to reasonably believe that there's probably not a God, it shouldn't be so bad to you because that there's no real proof that you can give that there is a God. So why is it so bad that somebody might not believe in a God? You can admit that everything, the Bible even tells you, your own scriptures even tell you that you guys are fools for Christ, that you don't have a good reason. Everything is like based on what's faith. There's religious faith and there's faith which is based on trust. Religious faith is something that you don't really have any true evidence for. It's not, you're trusting in scriptures, which is different from you trusting in your wife or your husband. You might have good evidence to trust in your wife or your husband because you have direct, interactions, direct evidence that you experience, and that makes you feel that this probably is going to happen or this probably won't happen. Like I have complete faith that my wife is not doing meth, bro. Or, I have complete faith that my wife, is not cheating on me or something like that. Now I can't prove that, which is how you should think if you believe in faith, period. Now that's based on my wife, who I know. You don't have that direct experience with God. You might say that you do, but you don't have the same experience with your God or whatever that you claim than I have with my wife. Because what you claim to be God can just be chance or whatever, coincidence. You can't prove that it's not a coincidence. When people always be asking, what, is that a coincidence? Aren't things coincidences sometimes? So why are you so shocked that something might be a coincidence? People always do that shit. But there's things in the scriptures that show me, contradictions in the Bible. There's like so many petty ass things that are done by somebody that's supposed to have like all types of power, like why are you repenting that you created man? Why are you mad that at men, or surprised that humans are doing something when you're God, when you should know what would have been the outcome of your own creation if you're omnipotent and all of that? Why are you repenting that you created humans? Why are you feeling bad or having some feelings of regret? God repented that he created man. So you're having feelings of regret that you created man. You're God. You should know how this shit's supposed to all go down. If you know the future, you're not going to have regret because you already know what that person was going to do. So why would you be like, oh, I'm surprised or I regret? Why did I do this? It's like God is saying, damn, why did I create man? What you mean? What kind of bumbling fool is God? Yeah, I actually respect Israelites that be on their own more. That's the best way to do it, man, Gabriel. I'll tell you right now. Everybody that's out there, it's better to be on your own, but try to keep open doors with other Hebrew Israelites. They're actually going to close the door on you. Try to keep the door open for people like me who don't believe in what you believe in, because you're going to have good conversations. I have great conversations with Hebrew Israelites. Sometimes we don't get into it too much. They're going to believe what they want to believe. I've done my videos, man. You can go watch a lot of my stuff. I have a reason for why I don't believe that I'm an Israelite. I have a reason for why I don't believe that I'm a Simeonite. Like, there's good reasons behind this shit. Brooklyn Outlaw, welcome to the stage, brother. How you doing? Welcome to San Miguel TV.
I'm good, bro. What's good with you?
I'm chilling, man. I'm over here just, talking my stuff, bro. I'm I'm talking about Hebrew Israelites, but I'm talking about Christians in general, or people that believe in any God in general. It's a tough conversation to have because I know how passionate people are about it, and I don't want to step on any toes, man. But what do you think, brother?
What I think?
Yeah,
Man,
about
listen.
about like
Listen, I've been through it all, bro. You already know my journey, bro. You know my journey. I was in the Hebrew Israelite shit. I studied Islam for a little bit. You know what I mean?
That probably gave you a way better understanding of the Abrahamic God and just the different religions, because there's some similarities to it. But the little bit that I know about Islam, it is mostly like stuff that is meant to like debunk Islam. I'm sure there's a lot of great things that you learn and that come out of there. Just like you can say the same thing for Hebrew Israelites, but what I want to go right to all the time is when I want to learn somebody's religion, I try to go to like the things that people are speaking against, or the rebuttals and all of that, and try to see if I can make sense of it, or what they're complaining about is legitimate or not, And yeah, there's certain things I've heard always about Islam, like they consider women, like their testimony is like half of a man's testimony. I think that's a little weird. certain things that you might be able to clear up, because I might be wrong about what I heard. I have a Quran and I've read through some of the things, and I try to look up what they show and go through that, and I'm like, okay, but I know there's different translations of things. They say that Muhammad flew to the moon, and like I don't on a Pegasus and things like that. Like that's actually in either the Quran or the Hadith, and I don't know if you read both, but like coming from like a Hebrew Israelite to Islam, did you think that was like a big transition, or was that kind of similar? Like did you see some similarities? Like there's got to be a bit more similarities and differences, right?
Yeah. Hey, can you still hear me?
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you. I can't hear you now. Islam sucks, says D. Boudreaux. Listen, I've listened to a lot of people lately. Brooklyn Outlaw, I don't know. I'm gonna actually come back on. I'm gonna remove you because I don't know what happened. I guess he couldn't hear me. But let me see. Can you hear me now? Brooklyn Outlaws. All right, maybe you got to come back on. Yeah, you could come. You could actually be joined. Look how many Christian churches are silent in what's going on in Palestine, and there's many Christians there. Proof is in the pudding. What's going on in Palestine do you think is happening? What happened? Do you know what happened on October 7th? Because this is another thing that I feel is crazy. I mean, I can't condone exactly every little move and every little decision that the IDF is actually making, in response to this. But overall, when it comes to what happened on October 7th, there's always like, listen, Israel got out of Palestine in 2005. And what happened? Hamas took over. And now they don't have no elections. They have a fucking like a regime that's tyrannical. And we're supposed to support this. These people came to Israel on October 7th, killed off all these Israelis, took many of them hostages. I forgot the number. What is it? 100 hostages? 80 hostages? 87? I forgot the number. They were raping women, killing them. They feel it's okay. This is like Hebrew Israelites think that. Hebrew Israelites think it's okay to rape your enemy's women. That shit's in the Bible, man. That shit's in the Bible. It's like Palestinians are like the blacks in America. Like people want to victimize them, and no matter how violent they are, they always excuse it with, well, look at the way they treat them. Now you're excusing death and violence, just like you excuse the death of King David's baby. That's okay because King David, he's cool. I'm cool. God was cool with King David, so fuck the baby. It's like the same thing, man. It's like your mind state is insane, man. You're making all these excuses for where you would have never. There's Palestinians that flee to Israel. There's Palestinians that flee to Israel for sanctuary because they might not believe in Islam anymore, or they might be gay, or something else, and they want to flee from persecution from their own cousins, man, from their own brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers. Their own family want to kill them, and then they flee to Israel for safety. And that should be happening. The cat lady says Hamas took a 9-year-old baby, his toddler brother, mother, and father from their beds, and they still refuse to return them or even tell if they're alive. Monsters. Yeah, if you think that Palestinians are your friends and shit. Like these are like the woke ass left. Like I can't believe there's Hebrew Israelites that talk like liberals, man. Like they be gay people talking about queers for Palestine. You're now Gabriel. You are down with the queers for Palestine, pretty much. The same people that would be hung, murdered for just being gay in the land of Palestine. They're actually here in America protesting on universities. This is the insanity that's going on in this country on the left, and with this whole like excusing and victimizing groups of people because they were oppressed and this and that. You could even go back to like 1972 and look up the story of the Olympics that happened, I think, in Germany in 72. And you had a group of Palestinians that took Israeli Olympians hostage, killed some of them off the bat. They took some of them hostage for a while. This was going on during the Olympics in the 70s, man. Palestinians had Israelis hostage during the Olympics the whole time, or some days or some shit like that, in a hotel where they had to evacuate the whole hotel. They fucking came in there, they killed the hostages and everything, man. Everybody died. All the fucking the whole Israeli Olympian like swimming team or something. I don't think there was a whole Israeli team, but there were like certain people, I think, from like different groups or something. It was like at least 12 fucking Israelis that got killed, man, at the Olympics, man. They're constantly attacking them. And we're supposed to always say that, well, it's fucked up what happened in 1948 or 1932, and it's like it's a long history of power grab and this and that we can always say, well, if they shouldn't have did this, it couldn't have, it should have, would have, could have. If this didn't happen, then that wouldn't have happened, and then this wouldn't happen. And everybody, this is what they do with slavery. Well, if I didn't come here to America and was a slavery, then I wouldn't be killed by police officers now. And it's like, yo, man, we're living here now. Let's live in reality. Stop being mad at what happened 100 years ago or whatever, but let's use it to move forward. Let's see. And if you still see that this is going on till this day, what's going on, the beef between Palestine and Israel, where Israel left Palestine, they left Gaza. They left Gaza and they left it up to the Palestinians to run their own shit. And they let Hamas, a terroristic fucking group, a crazy religious terrorist group, which is a cult to a 1,000th degree, run the whole country. Because that area belonged to Egypt for a while. And Egypt made a deal with Israel. Then Israel said, well, we're going to get out then because there's so much complaining all the time. The reason why y'all being killed is because y'all in our area. So then they left the area and then they're still being killed. You know what they call black people? Abid. You know what's that? The literal meaning is slave, Muslims. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. There's people that are there's Hebrew Israelites that think that Palestinians will rock with them and shit, like Hamas motherfuckers. Oh yeah, we're the same. No, yo, they hate you, man. Yo, what's good, Brooklyn Outlaw? I can hear you now.
Yo, what's good? Yeah, I spent some time in the UK, bro, and I experienced a lot of like hate and racism and shit being over there. Like the Muslims wouldn't even talk to me, you know what I mean? They wouldn't even talk to me, bro.
They actually are raising the crime rate in the major cities in France. They like the French, they could be very like fucking rude people, and they're not having this shit right now. Like there's a lot of them that they're not having this shit. But then there's like the policies that are made by people in high power that are trying to allow refugees and things, and it's like sometimes they take advantage of these rights, as I'm a refugee, I'm coming from Syria, and it'll be some on the low fucking terrorist group, they start forming these groups in their own countries. And this is similar to what we used to talk about what's happening with the Hebrew Israelites in America. It's like there's these little groups of Hebrew Israelites who hate America coming up in America. They could be your mailman, they could be your IT guy or whatever. And you never know. These motherfuckers hate your guts. They're planning to take over the country somehow. They don't really have no real plans, man. They're kind of just leaving it up to, oh, God's gonna do it somehow. But then there's some people that actually get real serious and they start, getting all these weapons and starting to become more militant, and they might take some things into their own hands, because they might feel like, this we gotta take the kingdom, brother. There's scriptures that you might even use to say, yo, let's take the kingdom. Let's start actually physically by force demanding things and doing things that are gonna make things happen in our way and shit. Like you got to be careful with the power that IUIC might get. You never know what that shit's gonna turn into in the future.
Yeah, look, when you speak of like in Islam, right? They will tell you Muhammad is the greatest example ever, the greatest example of a man. But yeah, I found out this man, you know what I'm saying? This at the time he was about 50 something years old. He mounted a 9-year-old girl, bro. A 9-year-old girl.
Wow.
On top of that, there's things in the in the hadith or the Quran where they tell you could sleep with it. Well, excuse me, you could basically thigh. If you ever heard of thigh when somebody puts their stuff in between your thighs? A 3-year-old girl, man, kiss them, play with them, fondle them, and
That's
thigh
crazy.
them when they're 3.
That's crazy.
This is, listen, bro. They tell you it's the same God as the God of the Bible, right? But yet there's so many differences. You could eat certain things in Islam that you're not allowed to eat in the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know what I'm saying, being in Judaism or whatever.
Can you eat shrimp and certain like crustaceans?
Yeah, you can eat anything out the water, bro.
I've met like a lot of Muslims that be smoking cigarettes, bro, all the time.
Yeah, they smoke cigarettes. They eat shrimp. Yo, these niggas eat camel, bro. They're allowed to eat camel.
I bet. Yeah.
They're allowed to eat rabbit. Everything you see in the Bible when they got a dietary law, the dietary law in the Bible, and like, yo, they're allowed to eat all of that in Islam. I was like, yo, how is it the same God if y'all niggas are doing different shit? Even when it comes down to the tithes, when you say 10%, in Islam it's 2.5. How is this the same God? You got different rules.
Mm.
And even with that, bro, when it comes to the God of the Old Testament, the one who they call God, you see that when Christ talks about the Father, that shit ain't got no comparison to the God of the Old Testament. He talks about loving, forgiving. That ain't the God of the Old Testament. That nigga was like, yo, go to the next town and wipe that shit out. Kill everybody.
Yeah, that's
kill
why
the babies.
That's why
Kill the women.
2 Samuel chapter 15, I think it talks about Saul, and God was mad at him, and I forgot the prophet that told Saul like you were supposed to kill all the Amalekites.
Yeah.
Remember that? And then supposedly he didn't kill all the Amalekites because he kept the king of Amalek alive. But hold up.
Listen, bro.
If the king of Amalek was then killed by the prophet, I forgot that prophet, which I believe is Samuel, then there should be no more Amalekites left then, because they were literally talking about how he didn't fulfill that promise. But either way, yeah, God was commanding to kill everything sometimes, even the animals, kill them all. Like Captain Hook said, kill them all.
And again, that doesn't coincide with the God, when Christ was talking about the Father, that person who he's talking about, or that entity, whatever, is not the same entity that you read about in the Old Testament, bro. How is somebody all forgiving, all loving, all this, but then in the Old Testament, it was slaughter, kill, you're gonna die. but yet King David committed adultery and it was cool.
I think
You know what I'm saying?
I think like Pakistanians have some of the most like I think there's a lot of Muslims in Pakistan, right?
Yeah.
I think that they're considered, yeah, definitely. They're considered more like progressive Muslim, progressive Islam. You know, like they've been letting women drive and all of that. They've been letting women out after sundown by themselves. You know, but there's certain places, certain countries, definitely certain cities where like, yo, if you're a woman, you can't even come out after sundown without like your closest family member being with you or something like that. You know, you can't drive a car, you can't do certain things. There's a movie called the stoning of, I forget it, man. But if you look up a movie based on like stoning Muslim women, like the husband didn't want this. This is based on a true story. I forget the name of the movie, but the stoning of Soraya, I believe. This woman was being accused. See, this is a loophole that men have power over now in the law, where if a man accuses a woman of cheating, that woman's testimony is not good enough. You know, like she could be accused of cheating just because the guy said so. You know, so that's just an accusation. That's like a woman accusing a man of raping, and their testimony is not good enough. It's just the accusation alone is good enough. You know, there's situations where they took the woman's word over shit without really good evidence. But yeah. Let's see what we got here. Revelation 19 and 13. And he was clothed with a vesture dipped in blood, and his name is called the Word of God. Remember seeing one girl being set on fire. It's crazy, man, what they do with religion. And the people that are the more passionate ones, the more dedicated ones, those are the ones that, you know, are the worst. Because now you want to be like more secular. Now you're actually getting away from what the Bible tells you you're supposed to be doing, or what the scriptures tell you you're supposed to be doing. You're becoming more like, it's like when the scripture says, happy shall he be that taketh the children and dashes them against the stone. It's like, how can a person that is supposed to be filled with the Spirit of God and love have it in themselves to take children and kill them by dashing them against stones? Why is that in the book of Psalms? That shit's crazy, man. Come on, you can't tell me anything. I'm sorry, man. Like, hello, what are we reading are we reading the same scriptures here? Like, come on, man. Now you got to be more like, oh, secular, and you're going outside of the Bible to try to say that no, God is this way, and you have a feeling that, and you're just basing God off of what you think sounds good, instead of actually basing God of what the Bible says. The Bible itself says certain things that you have to reinterpret it to say, well, that's the God of that time. And that time it was okay because those people at that time, they had no future, and God knew that they had no chance. So it didn't matter if they died anyways. Yeah, the stoning of Soraya M. There you go. Thank you. That's the name of the movie. Great movie. Oof. What a powerful movie. I saw that with my cousin, the younger sister of Taza Warrior, who's the elect lady in the ICGJC. She's the one that put me on to that. That shit was dope. Oh yeah, Black Hebrew Israelites in Israel. Like you had Ami Ben Israel Ben Ami something. You know, I think Whitney Houston went to visit that place. We could share if I could share my screen. Whitney Houston went out there and visited them.
ויטני יוסטון הייתה מכורה לסמים ולאלכוהול, ועל פי דיווחים בשעות האחרונות עולה חשד שהיא טבעה באמבטיה. בחדרה נמצאו תרופות מרשם, אבל לא נמצאו סמים בלתי חוקיים.
Was there any indication
My bad, this
that
is
there
my-
might be drugs or alcohol involved in this?
No, we're not going to comment.
I don't know why they're showing Ami Ben Israel right there. I think they're gonna say, oh yeah, because he spoke about the death of Whitney Houston. Okay. So let's
עכשיו
go back.
ויטני יוסטון, הכוכבת של שנות ה-80 וה-90, נמצאה אמש מתה בחדר במלון בלוס אנג'לס.
Is it marijuana? Is it cocaine? Is it pills?
It has been. At times.
All?
At times.
Your mama came to your house with the sheriffs?
And said, it's not worth it. She said, if you move, Bobby, they're going to take you down. Don't you make one move. And he stood there like, he was scared. And she said, let's go. She said, let's do this. She said, I'm not losing you to the world. I'm not losing you to Satan. She said, I'm not doing this. I want my daughter back. I want you back. I want to see that glow in your eyes, that light in your eyes.
ביום חמישי הופיע ויטני יוסטון על הבמה בפעם האחרונה. היא הייתה מקורבת לעדת העברים הישראלים בדימונה, ואפילו ביקרה אותם ב-2003.
Looking forward to, just enjoying resting and taking in the sights. And
Yes, Jerusalem, and enjoying our stay here with our family in Dimona. We were
And
really
Dimona,
so
you
excited, very
see?
happy and honored to be here. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Really. Thank you.
You see how they went to Dimona? This is where this group of Hebrew Israelites that ended up in Chicago, they're Old Testament only Hebrew Israelites, and they're black only Hebrew Israelites too. They consider themselves African Hebrew Israelites, so they actually use the term African. This is where Whitney Houston wants to go visit, and Bobby Brown, and they actually just said that they're here in Dimona. So this is pretty cool.
שלום עודד.
זהו בטח יום מאוד מאוד עצוב בשביל כולכם.
מאוד עצוב. בבוקר, בשעה 5 לפנות בוקר.
So that's the leader of this group. They actually came from Chicago in like the 70s, man. And some of them were getting deported, and their visas or whatever was expiring, you know, and you know, they started, I think they deported some of them because I don't think they were ready to really renew these guys to stay, because this is connected all to this racist movement, you know, in a way. But this guy, he seemed to have assimilated more with the culture in Israel. He's over here speaking their language. He's had to. He was given a piece of land to live at in Israel, in Dimona, which is where Idumea was located, right? You heard of this before, Brooklyn Outlaw.
Yeah.
This is when, you know, this is the leader of the Hebrew Israelite group in Israel. That somebody, I guess, was asking about. But yeah, Whitney Houston actually went out there with Bobby Brown. That's what we just saw, where she's wearing a Nike hat.
Some kind of look like Yahweh Ben Yahweh.
I know, right? Let me see what he said.
אני קיבלתי צלצול על מותה של הבת הרוחנית שלי, ויטני היוסטון. אני נדהמתי, זה קשה מאוד לי להאמין שדבר כזה קרה לה.
אולי זה לא מאוד קשה להאמין שדבר כזה קרה לה, כי האישה הזאת בשנים האחרונות השתמשה בכמויות בלתי אפשריות של סמים, כמויות שבן אדם קשה לו מאוד להתמודד איתן.
זה יכול להיות, אבל אני הכרתי אותה באופן אישי, שהיא הייתה דווקא אישה נחמדה, היא אהבה את ישראל, והיא לא הייתה דווקא מרוצה, והיא לא הייתה שמחה שהיא הייתה נתפסה בסמים. היא רצתה להתגבר על זה, לסיבה זו שבזמן האחרון אני הזמנתי אותה לבוא
Yeah, he's saying like she was caught up in drugs and this and that, but this is the group. This is Ben Ami, Ben, which means son. Ami, I forget what Ami means, but it's A.
From infinite to finite, all by way of language, influence. Who have you been listening to? You have moved from infinite once you were an infinite intellectual creation.
Yeah. So some of y'all heard about this cat. Some of y'all don't know too much. I haven't listened to him too much. But they claim that they, you know, because of a law that was put forth in 1948, you know, when you know you were able to come from all around the world, Poland, Uzbekistan or whatever, Yemen, but there was definitely more European Jews coming into Israel in 1948, and they were getting land and all types of opportunity because, you know, Israel became its own state. And there was a law that was put forth saying that if you're a descendant of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, then you have a right to property, to staying there, and having some type of, you know, help from the government. And these people came in the 70s from Chicago. I don't think there was more than 200 of them. They grew to like, I think 800 or 1,000. But I think that I don't even know if they grew to that much, but I know that they didn't all stay there. You know, like there was still some in the States. Some of them are in Africa. You know, like there's a lot of these people that are in Ethiopia. There's a lot of Ethiopians that claim to be Israelites, but they'll tell you that they, you know, they have their own writings that I have no knowledge of. But some of the little bit I do know in the monasteries that they teach these people at, these Ethiopians, they'll teach them that the reason why they have darker skin is because they've been burned by the sun. They've been cursed. It's almost like a curse, you know. So they actually will admit to this. So, you know, if you're claiming that you're an Israelite, but you're claiming that you were turned black, that doesn't necessarily sound like a Hebrew Israelite claim that the real Jews are black. It sounds like they're saying that we're Israelites, but we turn darker because of whatever reason, you know? So I don't know.
I heard that in Dimona is like the worst land in the land of Israel. They gave them that land. Like you blacks could be over there.
Yeah, Dimona is very mountainous. It's rough. It's hard to, you know, to grow stuff. It's not the best like soil. Some of the best soil is like closer to the Jordan River. You know, all of that, man. Like Jordan is a pretty like well-off country if you look at it. You know, it's because it's proximity to Israel. Yemen, not so much. And Yemen would be even more south of Dimona. You know, that's even going more south. There's a lot of claims that that's where some Hebrew Israelites went. You know, that's a whole nother thing though. But it's like I mean, that's a whole nother country too. Like I'm just looking at it from the great, you know, from the map, like in just direction wise, man, and where the Israelites would have went when they try to say that the Israelites went to America. That's such a crazy claim, you know. Like if there's people that still believe that might be on here. Saint Ephraim, you know, like I think he's Puerto Rican. You know, that's like such a wild claim now that I really look at it, to think that the 12 tribes of Israel went to Mexico, or the 10 tribes went to Mexico and Peru and even up to Alaska, I guess, in Canada and you know, like British Columbia or Greenland, even some of them say. You know, when you look at the map, like that's pretty much almost North America, but Canada goes far up, all the way up there. which is considered North America. So they're saying that there's Gadites all up in Canada where the Inuit Indians are at. Yo, if you look at these people, they look straight Asian, man, and they're pale as hell. You know, they have to say that the idea that Arsareth is America was pushed by evangelists that were trying to bring, you know, their congregation to the new world. They were trying to grow their religion, their church, and if they could have some type of evidence and bring it back to the old world, to England, to Spain, and say that they found the lost tribes of Israel, and you get somebody with money to believe that, they might give you money to keep going back there and funding your voyages. You know, all of that is beneficial. Not to mention the benefits that you get from having your own cult and your own religion and just running these people just based off what you think God is telling you to do or whatever. You know, there were Native Americans that had to assimilate because they felt like, well, I guess our God ain't shit, man. These people must have a more powerful God. And they became Christians. They became Jews, some of them. Some Native Americans became Jews, and there's Hebrew Israelites that use that as evidence that these are the real 10 tribes, lost tribes. It's like they became Jews later on. There's groups, there's reservations where Jews actually were crypto Jews, and they would hide amongst, you know, people that, you know, other people where they won't be found because, you know, there was a certain time where Jews was just being oppressed, bro. Like, you know, so you look up crypto Jews. I mean, that goes back to the oppression that came from Queen Isabella and King Ferdinand in Spain. That goes all the way back to that. Like, that's history. And then, of course, you had Germany with the Nazi regime and all of that, you know. But you know, that's like what they talk about, the Las Lunas Decalogue stone. That was actually probably created by crypto Jews that were practicing and hiding and quiet, and they would go out to those places. And these are actually European, like Argentinians. There's a lot of Jews that fled to Argentina as crypto Jews. This is all history. These are white Jews. Part of the 12 tribe sign, they say that the tribe of Naphtali is Argentina and Chile. And what you have in Argentina is a bunch of Italians, and there's a good chunk of crypto Jews that made it out there too. You know, this whole like Hebrew Israelite stuff, I can't believe that there's people that still hold to that 12 tribe sign, especially when they're trying to say that Argentinians are Israelites. Like, come on, man. Like, are you talking about the indigenous Argentinian? They're even further away from Israelites than the Italians are. They're even further away. This shit's crazy, man, but I just don't care. Can you explain why is the whole world is so occupied with Jews? I mean, probably because of what I just explained, how they a lot of them had to run to different locations, you know, for persecution. Look at what happened to Jews in Lisbon. This is in Portugal. The massacre in Lisbon. I don't know if I'm pronouncing it, you know, the way that the Spanish would pronounce it, but this is in 1506. You know, we were just talking about Ben Ami and Israelites, the Hebrew Israelites that are black only and Old Testament only Hebrew Israelites, known as, I believe, the Nation of Yah, with Ben Ami, and how Whitney Houston and Bobby Brown actually went out there and visited. And when Whitney Houston died, a news station in Israel actually interviewed Ben Ami, and he spoke about how, you know, she was dealing with drugs and all of that stuff. It's crazy. But let's read about the Lisbon massacre, 1506. What's up, Jim Green. The Lisbon massacre of 1506 and the royal image of the Shabbat Yehuda. Jews in exile have often struggled for the protection of the highest governmental power, whether king, emperor, caliph, or pope, because they learned early that their safety cannot be entrusted to the goodwill of their Gentile neighbors or their local authorities. Alexandrian Jews in Hellenistic period relied on imperial Rome instead of their native Alexandria, and Jews in medieval Europe sought ties with the Carolingian empires, circumventing all inferior feudal relationships. In all such cases of vertical alliances, Jews have both gained and lost. You know, there's a lot of people that say, yo, Jews have it good, Jews have it so good. And you can make an argument that, yeah, there's a lot of Jews that have money and own a lot of property and just have, finances that are on a whole nother level from other communities. But then you have this type of history too of persecution. And they've actually been resilient. Like you don't hear Jewish people constantly complaining about, oh, you see, I can't do nothing in life because of the Holocaust. Constantly blaming something. It's like that's now you're living in the past, But if you want to talk about the past, I mean, this is something of persecution. If you want to talk about injustices, why don't we talk about this? There's Hebrew Israelites that are going to come out and say that this is actually talking about black Jews. That this whole story in 1506 with the massacre of Jews in Lisbon, Portugal, this is actually black Jews. And that's not true, man. This is incorrect. You can see many images of the Jews in Lisbon. You have the King's Fountain painting. This is actually a painting in 16th century. So this is the 1500s. This is 50 years or 55 years after the massacre of the Jews in Lisbon. Now, this is a painting in 1507 called the King's Fountain, which is in Portugal, in Lisbon, the same city where the massacre happened. Here you have this image, this painting that was painted, and you can see. Let me see, we can zoom in. You can see black people in there that have a turban. These are like Moorish, maybe Muslim. There were some Muslims there too. You can see the Jews, like my man over here. Clearly, you can see you got Jewish people wearing black. With the beards and all of that. My man over here. So there's Jews that are identified in that image that are actually white. and this is in Portugal. They're not black, because I don't know about if you can calling Jews white is really accurate like that. But yeah, Jews have been cleansed from the Arab world completely. Search for Yemenite Jews and how they look, for example. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, let's do that. Because we were talking about that, man. I think that there's a lot of ancestry of Israelites that are everywhere, and they could definitely look like Yemenite Jews, man. It's like they look like my fucking cousins and shit. Some of them, they have some color to them. Yeah, you can see some of them, you know, they have different colors, man. They look different ways, man. Like, let me see if I can share my screen properly. These are Yemeni Jews. Yeah, no. Yeah, I mean, see if I could get some better picture here. That's crazy. I was supposed to have some better quality and definition. I don't know if it's really coming out today. It could be. Just not seeing it. But yeah, I mean, you got the persecution of Yemenite Jews too. Let's see if we can switch that screen, share that screen. It's actually a New York Times article about it. But they want to stay behind a paywall, of course. Look at how they look, man. Yeah, I could see how some of them might look like this, man. And they might have some Israelite genetics or ancestry. And it might not be 20%, it might not be 50%. It might be just like maybe how much black I have in me. You know, because over the years, you're gonna just dilute. That's how it works. That's how genetics works. It's not like the father's seed. You have dilution, which now a 25% or quarter African, if they have a child with a non-African, that child is only going to have 12% or 1/8, 12.5%, which is 1/8 black. That's how the math works. You know, it's very complicated. It's hard for people to understand this stuff. And I think the difficulty of trying to understand some of these things make people just give up and just want to believe whatever the hell they want to believe, because life is difficult to understand, man. You know, and you don't want to go through the process of actually thinking hard. So the best way to explain why there's life, why is there something rather than nothing? This is something that's been constantly debated for thousands of years, man. I mean, we're just coming on that now. Why is there something there rather than not? Like, why is there something rather than nothing? It's like we have to understand what is nothing, anyways. How can you define nothing? There's something that you can't see, microbes and bacteria, that you would think there's nothing there, but even something that's very small is actually still something. And that's the thing with outer space and humans and planets. It's like there's always going to be something smaller than something else. Look how small we are compared to a planet. Just because we're not as big as a planet doesn't mean that we're not something. What about the little microbes and everything that existed in small capacity that were very tiny? You want to talk about a God? Well, there's no proof. Like, if if you're saying God has to exist because look at how something is here, then or that we have to, or a God, yeah, God has to exist because we're here. Well, then God's here. What's the explanation for God existing? All of a sudden now your logic on why something is there has to end, and it's all gone and diminished. Because if we're here because God is already here or there, then what made God, appear? Now you have to come up with some other logic that I can also say that the universe was always here in some form, in a small capacity, in a small, minute space. It was always here and it started expanding. It expands naturally. Things actually grow and form. If you leave things out, you're going to start seeing other things come out of it. And if you imagine having that for millions of years, man, and one thing evolves to another. That's why we have something called a coccyx, or a what do you call it? A tailbone. That's because evolution happened, and we no longer, what we are today doesn't require a tail. It didn't just fall off one day to the next. It was small changes that happened throughout long periods of time. This can all be verified by digging shit out of the earth and seeing the deeper that something is found, it's probably because it's older than what is found up on top of it. And we can see a perfect change, the evolving of our bodies from one thing to the next. And there's certain things that we find that God supposedly created that we can find in the earth that don't exist anymore. As if God said, well, I created things and then I don't have no purpose for them anymore. Because Tazadakia once said that everything that God created still exists, because things dying off and becoming extinct, it doesn't make sense in God's plan from the beginning. If he created everything for a purpose, how come things are becoming extinct? A lot of this shit can't be explained, man. We just have to kind of believe it.
Yeah, I seen Miguel, you got somebody in the chat, Reply Allah.
Mm-hmm.
This dude saying you talking nonsense.
Well, then you could come on my live and we could talk, man. We can talk, bro.
Yeah, there's a lot of different Jews. There's Hasidic Jews. There's all types of different Jews and shit. So the niggas do look like, a lot of different people. Like some Arabs, you can't tell, bro. You would think they Jewish.
Yeah. Actually,
you know what I mean?
There was some recent DNA studies done on like bodies that were found. I forget where in Israel, but there's a genetic connection to Canaanites and Israelites. They actually are very closely related to each other. But they try to make it seem as if Canaanites come from Ham and Israelites come from Shem, but actually Israelites came from Canaanites. That's according to history. I mean, you can look this shit up. This is like facts. So that's a very big deal to show you that actually it seems like the Bible was becoming more like the leaders were trying to separate people, and it was like politics, but they used religion to try to say, no, we're the chosen ones. We only believe in one God, because the Canaanites believed in multiple gods. So it seemed like they started this change where now they believe in these a monotheistic God, and it was named El. That's where it came from, is El. That's why they said they said God said to Moses that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob didn't know me as I am. He's like, I'm gonna bring this is like, it was like a new thing that was taught to Moses, because he said they all knew me as and when you look it up in the Hebrew, it's pretty much El is Baal is what it is.
Yeah, that's where all the angels get their name from. You see Raphael, Michael, Gabriel.
Mm-hmm.
I was telling you one day
you have Gabriel.
That's where Superman got his name from, Kal-El. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's where I got my name from, Miguel.
Yeah, check that out.
All of that's because there were already multiple gods. I mean, if you think Jesus Christ was a God and there's God the Father, that means that you don't believe in monotheism. You believe that there's multiple gods, because Jesus Christ is a God and then you got God the Father, and then we're God's too. So you do believe, like, these people, they say things and then they don't even really believe what they're saying, and you have to debate their crazy ass beliefs when it could change at any time. It can change because you're not supposed to pay for the sins of your father, but then it's okay because King David's son, like, yo, Gabriel, you can come on my live right now, but I'm good. He's gonna say I'm good, but he's gonna stay in the comment section. Yeah. Because I'm going to ask you questions and you're not going to be able to have a good answer for whatever the hell you believe in. I'm telling you, man, a lot of people do, a lot of these Hebrew Israelites, they be scared to go live. I had one dude run off my live when I started asking him about the father seed doctrine. If you are what your father is, how come you have Moab and Ammon that they're not the same people? They came from the same father. Because if you argue with them that, well, Jacob and Esau are not the same people and they came from the same father, they're going to say, well, Genesis 25 and verse 25 says 2 nations are in your womb. Or verse 24. 2 nations are in thy womb. I forget the verse actually, but it might be Genesis 25 and 24. So, okay, Jacob and Esau, now they have an excuse for why 2 children that came from the same father, the father's seed, they're not the same people. Okay, well, they can excuse that, but what about Ishmael and Isaac? What about Moab and Ammon? What about Shem and Ham? They came from the same father, but they're different people now.
Remember back in we used to go to that scripture all the time, the wicked fleeth when no man pursueth. That's what's going on. Niggas is gonna run all day because they can't stand on what they believe in.
Yeah, and if
you could talk all that. Nah, go ahead.
And if you believe, some of these things that they believe, I think that there's people that are now starting to understand like what we're dealing with, like Jim Green, who just came on. My bad, I forgot to post this right here. My bad. I'm not looking at a lot of the comments, but I thought I saw. Oh, he asked, can you be a guest on my show tomorrow? It depends what time, man. It probably have to be at night after 6 p.m. Eastern time. Jim Green, if you're still on, my bad. I forgot to respond to that. But yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat. Jim Green is a Christian, who actually knows a lot about what's going on in the Hebrew Israelite community. And, he knows how to debate these cats. So the problem with Christians, the problem that Christians were having with Hebrew Israelites is that they didn't know how to debate. They weren't ready for Hebrew Israelites. They wasn't prepared for some of the things, the crazy things that they would say. And when you look at it, it's like it's based on interpretations of scriptures, which is what we all have to rely on anyways. But we have to try to rely on the best interpretations of a certain idea or whatever, and it's like it's hard to do that when you have so many different years and generations and centuries where a book was written at a certain time and then another book is written at another time. It's like there's certain you're gonna have certain changes in culture and lifestyle and in all of that, like how Hebrew Israelites say they don't have to now keep the Feast of Tabernacles, so you don't have to be out in the wilderness for 7 days in tents. They don't do that. Hebrew Israelites are not doing that are up in Harlem and the Bronx in Jersey. They're not going in tents for 7 days and doing what the scripture says that you're supposed to do. So they have an excuse for why that's not happening. So whatever. But
yeah, brother, we not in power, brother. That's why we don't keep the Feast of Tabernacles. We're not in power.
Yeah,
that's what they should tell us in the ICGJC. But yet you want me to take off every Sabbath and my job won't give it to me. But yet we not in power. So how the hell I'm gonna get it off if my job won't give it to me? You want me to do all these crazy things that we're not in power and I can't do, but yet you want to get on me for that. But yet the Feast of Tabernacles, you want to tell me, yeah, brother, it's because we're not in power.
Right. And then these scriptures that say, who hath established this, or who has ascended into heaven, you know, it's such a loaded questions, because if you're asking me who has ascended into heaven, I'm going to ask you, what are you talking about when you say heaven? Because it seems like this is a loaded question, because there's different types of heavens according to the Bible. The skies are considered a heaven. There's a second realm that's considered a heaven. And then there's like outer space that's considered heaven too. So what heaven are you talking about? You know, what they have what do they call it? The third, what do they, how is it called? Where it says that you have terrestrial and you have celestial, right?
Yeah, bro. On top of that, bro, just like there's hell on earth, you can make your heaven on earth. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It depends how you look at it. Everything is subjection. You know what I mean? Unless, like Hebrew Israelites, because I remember being in there, we used to like read it literally. You know what I mean? Everything is not as open and.
But yeah, like also they're asking a question about who has established the ends of the earth. But you're telling me that you know that there's a person that established the earth to be what it is. You know, so actually you have the burden of proof. I'm not saying that I know that there's a person that established this. There's no way of telling that anybody had an intent or anything was intended to create what we have today. There's no way of telling that at all, man. It's just a hunch. It's a scripture that you believe in. And when you're already asking me who did this and who did that, you're, loading up that question with a person or somebody's name that I have to give you when you're the one asking those questions. So you must believe that a person did that. So now I want you to prove that somebody or a being actually did this. How can we prove that? I'm not the one saying that, whatever, it's like they always try to turn it around on you when you actually have the burden of proof. You're the one making all these claims all the time. And then if you can't answer it, somehow they won by default. And it's like you still have
the whole thing.
Answer. You're just trying to ask a question that makes you sound all wise. It's
the whole thing with the questions like that is they already have an answer. If you don't have the answer they have, then you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
They asking a question that they already know the answer, or they think they know the answer to. Meaning if you don't say this, you're wrong.
Yeah.
But where did you get the answer from? Where did you get that from?
And they don't have the it's like the pride or something or shame. I don't know. It's like narcissism in a way. It's like you think that you don't have to answer. Like you think that you're just allowed to just appeal to your religious literature, and now you don't have to give an answer for anything. You can just appeal to the scriptures that you like, because you're gonna have, and all this is based on maybe where you were born and raised. Because if you were probably born and raised in Saudi Arabia, you wouldn't be talking these scriptures. You will be talking about the Quran. So this makes sense to you. This is what been comfortable for you your whole life. It's harder for you to actually give an answer. So it's like if you anybody can ask a question like who created the rain and who did that. You're like, what? There's an explanation for why it rains. It's like it's not like a rain is a thing that there's a person like throwing it from the sky, like it's scattering it like fucking seeds over the earth and making it happen. That's not how rain happens. So if you claim that the reason why it rains is because God created a certain formula where this happens and whatever precipitation, and then that makes it rain, that God created that whole system. It's like you still don't have any proof of that. It's like you're just kicking the can even further. So it's like some people don't even try to explain. They don't even have any knowledge of how, what the science is behind rain. It's like you're just trying to simplify life. And by just saying that God creates rain, now you don't have to think about how rain actually happens. And, the science behind it. That's like the beginning of us trying to think for ourselves was, we just came to the easiest conclusion. And it's like, I think as time goes on, we're going to start questioning all this shit more and more. But people seem to be stuck in this old literature. It's like we find a place in our mind that seems familiar, and all this stuff is archaic, man. And it's ingrained in some of the ways that we think, because it's actually safer if you think that you're going to be in danger. This goes back to the irrational fear. If you think that you're in danger because you hear a rustle, the bushes rustling, leaves rustling or whatever, you hear noise, you're probably going to be best to have the biggest fear, to be most in fear and have an irrational fear, so you can get away from that noise, because it's better to suspect that that's a deadly thing behind there than for you to suspect that it's not and just chill and hang around, and then there is a deadly thing. There is something that might kill you in the bushes. It's better for you to believe in God because you think it might be safer than you not to believe in God. It's a more rational way to think and to protect yourself. It's actually better to think that way. When you think about, safety, let's say. But when we're talking about an irrational fear, I have no reason to be scared. So my safety is not of any concern to where people think that they're in danger because they might not believe in Jesus. It's a lot of it comes from fear. I don't have that fear. That to me is an irrational fear, and that might lead to a lot of the reasons for why people believe in the stuff that they believe in. It's an irrational fear. It might make them feel good too, but we definitely haven't gotten any good arguments of why, you should be a Christian. I think that there's better arguments of why you can just believe in a God, but not be any religious denomination. Those are the people that are becoming harder to debate and more elusive, because you can't really debate them on something and pin them down on a scripture or on a certain claim, because they just say that there is a God, but they don't have any characteristics of that God. So it's easier for you to hide behind that there's a God, but I don't know, he's not of any religion or doesn't push any religion. Yeah, Pascal's wager. If anybody knows what Pascal's wager is let's look it up, man. I haven't looked this stuff up in a while, man. I need to get back in my bag. You heard me, combat conversation. I'm just finishing off that green label right now. That thing didn't stand a chance. Pascal's wager, man. Let's look this up. Maybe we should watch a video about it. That'd be cool. His name was Blaise Pascal. And he had a theory. He was philosophizing. Let me see. This is a mystery. Nope. It's a gamble. It's a wager. This is a 10-minute video. We could get the...
work. So because this argument has, in my opinion, been incorrectly attacked, this video will attempt to explain Pascal's wager and steelman it in a sense. Now just to let y'all know, the wager argument can be found in Pascal's work, The Pensée. The edition I'm using is translated by A.J. Krailsheimer. The first thing I want to point out is where this argument fits into Pascal's overall justification for faith. It's like a puzzle piece. It doesn't make much sense to look at it in isolation. Pascal's wager is not so much an argument for the existence of God, but rather an argument for the belief in the existence of God. Big difference there. This is not a cosmological or physical explanation. This is an ethical argument. He even starts off the argument not with a Christian perspective on the matter, but from an almost agnostic perspective. If there is a God, he is infinitely beyond our comprehension. Since, being indivisible and without limits, he bears no relation to us. We are therefore incapable of knowing either what he is or whether he is. So this argument is perfect for anyone agnostic, but probably not for someone who is 100% atheist and believes the existence of God is impossible. If you're thinking maybe, then this is going to be for you. Now, one more thing before we get into the actual argument. Pascal's wager can be read as a starting point for agnostics getting into Christianity. Near the end of the section, he writes about how there are next steps in this process, implying that this is not the end all. Specifically, he writes about following in the footsteps of other believers. Follow the way by which they began. They behaved just as if they did believe, taking holy water, having masses said, and so on. That will make you believe quite naturally, and will make you more docile. But philosophy tunes, that path doesn't sound like it leads to more rational proofs of God's existence. That sounds like faking it till you make it.
Exactly. It's faking it until you're making it. It's exactly what it is, man. I sit moonshine. I forgot what Wyclef said about moonshine, but I hear you, brother. I've been in bad positions that only God got me out of, and not just the cult. There's no way that we can prove that God did anything for us. Because first of all, you're assuming there's a God, so that has to be proven. And now you jump to a conclusion based off of your assumption or based on your belief. Now you're making conclusions based off of what you believe, and that's what's called a confirmation bias. It already confirms what you already believe. You know, I mean, there's many other options. There's many other reasons for why a situation might have ended up the way that it did. How can we prove that God directed the situation to go in a certain way? There's no way that we could prove that. It's just a very strong belief. Yo, I'm telling you, there's no good arguments for God. There's never been a good argument for God as long as people have been philosophizing. Only in the religious groups, only in these religious circles, man, where people have to now give up their rational way of thinking, that is now you're giving up on what you would do in every other situation. You would never just assume that something happened and not have any proof for it. But all of a sudden, because it's your God and the way it makes you feel good or whatever, and you just think it's right, all of a sudden now you abandon all logic and all rationale that you use in every other situation, the same way we use when how we know Tazadakia isn't the comforter or isn't sent by God or whatever is because we use logic, we've used rationale. But now when it comes to God, it's okay for you to just assume the same way that these people just assume that Tazadakia was whatever and did whatever. It's because Tazadakia might have told, guess what? Tazadakia might have told a brother that he's going to get divorced, man. Your relationship is going to end up bad. And then that divorce might happen. Now, does that mean that Tazadakia is somehow connected to God? Could it be intuition? Is everything always a prophecy? You know, and that's the problem with just jumping to the conclusion that God did this and God did this. You know, God intended this to happen. Intent is the hardest thing to prove in law and in court. It's the most difficult thing to prove in life in any situation. It's so hard to prove what somebody was thinking. You know, like they were doing with Elon Musk and what he was saying with my out of my heart, whatever the hell. It's like what he looks like he's doing. Remember, this guy has Asperger's, man. This guy is like he does weird movements all the time with his body. He's awkward as hell. But because he's gesturing in a certain way, people have intent. They think that his intent was to do a Nazi salute. And how do we know that that's what he intended? You know, like, why would somebody do that? It's like, it doesn't make any sense. When you put it into context of what he was talking about, referring to his heart, it could just make sense that he was just doing that, you know, and it looks bad and he's probably not thinking about what he's doing, you know, because it's like people come to conclusions about things. And a lot of times they already assume that that person is a certain way. You know, like people might do that with Tazadakia. We don't have any proof for a lot of the things that are said, but people just automatically believe it, you know? And I have to tell you that a lot of the things I can't prove, but you know, if you talk that way, then you believe God did this. You believe God did that. Yeah, well, you know, there's no way that we can prove that, man. And when people start talking to me about how it's true, no, it's God, that's when I'm like, all right, man, let's pump our brakes, because now you're trying to, really more force your belief on me, and all I have is your account or your testimony of it, which is like your testimony could be very jaded. It could have a lot of bad reasoning, and just you're confirming like something happened because this, and it's like it's because you have a confirmation that there's already a God and he's behaves in a certain way, and then because that happened, it aligns with God's behavior, but your whole intention, your whole assumption of God, it has no basis, it has no strong basis, I don't think. But man, this has been debated for years, and there's Christians that think that there's good debates and good rebuttals for what people like Bertrand Russell, what different people like Christopher Hitchens, Sam Harris have some great debates. But then you have some good debates from John Lennox, who's a Christian. You have great debates by William Lane Craig. I've seen him completely outsmart atheists before. Even Frank Turek is a Christian that debates the existence of God, and they have really good debates, man. They're really solid and really strong. But I think that when it all comes down to it, a lot of it is mostly based on the way that you were raised. You might have been indoctrinated in a certain religion, and your passionate belief leads you to these arguments that can be debated in a certain way, and things could sound like a strong argument at first glance, or at the surface, like the Pascal's wager sounds like a great argument at the surface, but when you really start analyzing how it falls apart, because you can make
the thing about Pascal,
you can be afraid of anything, and disregard the other gods. You can be afraid that if God is going to kill me, I was better off, that I believe in God, because if I don't believe in God, then hey, nothing happens in the end. But if or if I do believe in God and there's no God, hey, whatever, I didn't lose anything. But if I don't believe in God, and at the end, when I die and I find out there's a God, then I'm gonna die. But sometimes you got to believe in the right God. There's certain gods, there's millions of gods. So how do you know that you got the right God to begin with? So Pascal's wager falls apart there. You're assuming your whole, the argument is based on an assumption. When you're making an argument that it's better for me to fear a God, that whole God is based on an assumption anyways. So that's the claim that goes out before anybody says that they don't believe in God. You have to start announcing that there's a God. Then people would say, well, I don't believe in this God, or I don't believe in your God. And people that believe in one God are pretty much just one less God of being an atheist. Because there's people that believe in hundreds of gods. There's people that might have 10 gods or 3 gods or 2 gods. And if you just believe in one God, guess what? If you're just one God away from being an atheist. So like, you don't believe in all these other gods, and you claim to have good reasoning behind that. You're all making the same claims, man, when it comes down to it. Especially when you have more characteristics. Like, now if we could start dividing the claims up into, well, my God believes that there's no fear in love. Well, that's what the New Testament says, but then the Old Testament says that you should fear God and keep his commandments. But you got to love God, but there's no fear in love. So why is it that the Bible's saying the fear is like a bad thing? You shouldn't be fearing when it comes to God. But then it also says that you're supposed to fear God and keep his commandments. A lot of this stuff, you got to try to finagle your way around it and make all these excuses. And I'm just going off of what you're saying, your claims. And then I'm asking you questions, and now you're going deeper into the rabbit hole is what you're doing. And I got to go right down there with you, even though the initial claim is all based on an assumption. Come on, man.
Arguments in philosophy. The biggest problem I see is that people only look at Pascal's wager in isolation, without considering what its actual purpose is and how it's only part of his greater work. So because this argument has, in my opinion, been incorrectly attacked, this video will attempt to explain Pascal's wager and steelman it in a sense. Now just to let y'all know, the wager argument can be found in Pascal's work, The Pensée. The edition I'm using is translated by A.J. Krailsheimer. The first thing I want to point out is where this argument fits into Pascal's overall justification for faith. It's like a puzzle piece. It doesn't make much sense to look at it in isolation. Pascal's wager is not so much an argument for the existence of God, but rather an argument for the belief in the existence of God. Big difference there. This is not a cosmological or physical explanation. This is an ethical argument. He even starts off the argument not with a Christian perspective on the matter, but from an almost agnostic perspective. If there is a God, he is infinitely beyond our comprehension. Since, being indivisible and without limits, he bears no relation to us. We are therefore incapable of knowing either what he is or whether he is. So this argument is perfect for anyone agnostic, but probably not for someone who is 100% atheist and believes the existence of God is impossible. If you're thinking maybe, then this is going to be for you. Now one more thing before we get into the actual argument. Pascal's wager can be read as a starting point for agnostics getting into Christianity. Near the end of the section, he writes about how there are next steps in this process, implying that this is not the end all. Specifically, he writes about following in the footsteps of other believers. Follow the way by which they began. They behaved just as if they did believe, taking holy water, having masses said, and so on. That will make you believe quite naturally, and will make you more docile. But philosophy tunes, that path doesn't sound like it leads to more rational proofs of God's existence. That sounds like faking it till you make it. The thing about Pascal, however, is that he's not just about rationality. In fact, he recognizes the limits of rationalism. Christianity can contain rational proofs, but it's also very much about personal, individual, mystical experience. From a whole other section from the Pensée, he writes, "If we submit everything to reason, our religion will be left with nothing mysterious or supernatural. If we offend the principles of reason, our religion will be absurd and ridiculous." In summary, Pascal's job with the wager is to make one want to believe, the first step. Then, by following Christian practices, one might experience the more mystical and personal side of Christianity that is outside the bounds of reason. Reason's last step is the recognition that there are an infinite number of things which are beyond it. Now, all this anti-reason talk might turn you off, but fear not. Pascal's wager is pretty heavily based on reason, according to him. So without further ado, let's get into the actual argument itself, and you could be the judge of that. So should you believe that God exists or that God doesn't exist? At the far end of this infinite distance, a coin is being spun, which will come down heads or tails. How will you wager? Reason cannot make you choose either. Reason cannot prove either wrong. So reason will not exactly prove the existence or absence of God, but rather reason can support your belief in the existence or absence of God through this wager. But why do you have to choose? Why not just keep to the "I don't know" agnostic position? Well, Pascal says, yes, but you must wager. There is no choice. You are already committed. I actually don't think Pascal himself gives a good reason for having to choose, but the pragmatist William James has a good explanation. Practically speaking, not choosing produces the same practical effect as choosing that God does not exist, because according to the Christian doctrine, belief is necessary to be saved. Therefore, by not choosing, you are still practically making a choice, so you can't really escape the responsibility here. Now, at this point in the argument, I want you to put yourself in the mind of a gambler. Be really considerate of the risk here. In fact, later on, I'll be referring to money values to help illustrate Pascal's point. But first, imagine a roulette wheel with 50-50 chances that God either exists or God doesn't exist. Now, I kind of disagree that an agnostic would say that the chances are exactly 50-50. I would say that the chances are more unknown. But that doesn't really matter, and I'll explain why in a bit. So you need to make a bet that either God exists or that he doesn't. But what are you wagering? Pascal says that you are staking the finite, meaning your life and will and beliefs. To bet that God exists or doesn't, you'd be making lifestyle changes that are substantial. Now, some people think that this is a bad thing, but I think it really depends. Is living like a Christian really a sacrifice compared to living without Christianity? Well, there are certain restrictions on what you can do, but considering the vast variety of different denominations, it all depends. But let's just say you try to uphold the 10 Commandments. Is that really a sacrifice? Pascal says that even if you live a Christian lifestyle and quote-unquote lose the wager and God doesn't exist, some actual good things will still come of it. You will be faithful, honest, humble, grateful, full of good works, a sincere, true friend. It is true you will not enjoy noxious pleasures, glory and good living, but will you not have others? There's an element.
Oh, hey, I found this Cash App card on the street.
Is that my card?
Watch me rack up $300 worth of hibachi shrimp on it. Hit me. Arigato gozaimasu. It's Japanese for thank you.
With Cash App, you can lock your card if it's ever lost or stolen. Because if it's weird for real, it's weird for real.
Of subjectivity here, and I mean, hey, at times I'm a hedonistic mess, so I get it. But there's this one time I was on this student trip in Italy, and we passed by this school of nuns, and I asked my Catholic friend, wouldn't it suck for them if God didn't exist? They'd have given up all these pleasure-filled aspects of life for nothing. Now, my Catholic friend's response wasn't super convincing, but thinking about it later in life, who am I to judge these other lifestyles? Maybe they're content. Maybe they don't need these other pleasures in life to find contentment. I'm on the outside looking in. So again, I feel that it's a matter of subjective preferences. But let's say you consider it a loss regardless. But what you might lose is finite, while your potential for gain is infinite. You are essentially wagering the finite for the infinite. But here, there is an infinity of infinitely happy life to be won, but one chance of winning against a finite number of chances of losing, and what you are staking is finite. So you're wagering your finite life for either infinite happiness or infinite suffering. This table here is often shown to illustrate the
I'm sorry, I'm muted. But that's Pascal's wager. That's a little explanation by somebody on YouTube. What the hell is Pascal's wager? You have different philosophers, if you will, that have presented what you would call religion as a philosophy, anyways. What you're saying about your God and what happens after you die and what life is and the spirits, all this is philosophy. That's all it is. You can call it a religion too. And you have things like Bertrand Russell and the teapot. That's like similar to the argument that I present about Marvin, the Martian on Pluto. It's pretty much similar to that. Let's see if I can find like a video that talks about Bertrand Russell and the magic teapot. Russell's teapot. I've been listening to him a little bit here. The Orbit and Teapot. 5 minutes from Is There a God? Let's see, let's present this.
When I come to my own beliefs, I find myself quite unable to discern any purpose in the universe, and still more unable to wish to discern one. Those who imagine that the course of cosmic evolution is slowly leading up to some consummation pleasing to the Creator are logically committed, though they usually fail to realize this, to the view that the Creator is not omnipotent, or if he were omnipotent, he would decree the end without troubling about means. I do not myself perceive any consummation toward which the universe is tending. According to the physicists, energy will be gradually more evenly distributed, and as it becomes more evenly distributed, it will become more useless. Gradually, everything that we find interesting or pleasant, such as life and light, will disappear. So at least they assure us. The cosmos is like a theater in which just once a play is performed, but after the curtain falls, the theater is left cold and empty until it sinks in ruins. I do not mean to assert with any positiveness that this is the case. That would be to assume more knowledge than we possess. I say only that it is what is probable on present evidence. I will not assert dogmatically that there is no cosmic purpose, but I will say that there is no shred of evidence in favor of there being one.
You hear what he said? I mean, listen to how humble and just honest this guy sounds, man. You're the ones coming out here saying that there's a purpose. He said, I will not assert dogmatically that there is no cosmic purpose. So it's really, I'm not saying that there's no cosmic purpose. I know you might hear me arguing, and you think in your mind that I'm telling you that there is no purpose. That's not what I'm doing. You're claiming there is a purpose, and I'm trying to get the evidence from you, and I don't see the evidence. So I'm not saying that there is no purpose. You're telling me there is a purpose, and you can't prove it. So because I refuse to now believe in anything that I can't prove, and I have good damn reason for not trying to do that anymore again, and you should too, why would you still come to conclusions that you can't prove after learning the worst lesson of your life by being in the ICGJC? You should teach yourself not to ever fall for anything like that again. And if it comes to not believing, not knowing, not saying that you know, and even if you say that you believe, at least say that you don't have a good reason, but you just might think, and it seems like, at least be honest. But when you're telling me that there's a purpose, there's no way that you can prove that. Don't tell me that I can't prove that there's not a purpose, and haha, that means you win. That's not how that works. I'm not claiming that there's no purpose. You're claiming there is a purpose, and I'm challenging you, and then you're reversing the burden of proof on me, and now I have to prove that there's no purpose. You have to prove that there is a purpose. People don't understand this basic logic in thinking and making claims, making assertions, and then having to back them up. And then you run from that, and now I have to prove my shit. I don't understand how people still don't understand this basic logic. I remember trying to explain this to former ICGJC members that are still Hebrew Israelites, and it was like that shit was hurting your brain to try to understand and grasp that simple idea that just because I don't believe in what you're saying to be true, it doesn't mean that I'm claiming the opposite is true. I don't understand how much more clearer I could explain that. It's like this two-dimensional way of thinking that people refuse to abandon.
I will say further that if there be a purpose, and if this purpose is that of an omnipotent creator, then that creator, so far from being loving and kind, as we are told, must be of a degree of wickedness scarcely conceivable.
Woo!
A man who commits a murder is considered to be a bad man. An omnipotent deity, if there be one, murders everybody. A man who willingly afflicted another with cancer would be considered a fiend. But the Creator, if he exists, afflicts many thousands every year with this dreadful disease. A man who, having the knowledge and power required to make his children good, chose instead to make them bad, would be viewed with execration. But God, if he exists, makes this choice in the case of very many of his children. The whole conception of an omnipotent God whom it is impious to criticize could only have arisen under Oriental despotisms, where sovereigns,
just like you feel it's wrong for Tazadakia to be impious to criticism, you should also feel that way about God, because it seems like we can't criticize God. So the cult leaders seem to be using that same bad logic that we all already use when we try to talk about God. We excuse the murders that he does. We excuse the killings of babies, yet you claim to be against abortion. But God can kill King David's baby. God can kill all types of babies. Come on, man. Like, when are we going to start really holding people accountable, holding God accountable, if there is a God, to what we're claiming God does? You know, because just because you claim there's a certain God doesn't mean that's the real God. Either way. But if you believe that your God did these things, this is the God that you're claiming, then you have like this fear of criticizing that God, and you have to have that fear, otherwise you might go to hell. And that seems very and oddly similar to how, you know, we were living under the ICGJC rules. And God, and all of a sudden now you don't have a problem with it because, oh, well, if it's God, then it's God. But if it's Tazadakia, no, I have a problem with it.
In spite of capricious cruelties, continued to enjoy the adulation of their slaves. It is the psychology appropriate to this outmoded political system which belatedly survives in Orthodox theology.
Combat conversation.
Many Orthodox people speak as though it were the business of skeptics to disprove received dogmas, rather than of dogmatists to prove them. This is, of course, a mistake. If I were to suggest that between the Earth and Mars there is a China teapot revolving about the sun in an elliptical orbit.
Listen to what he's saying. If I was suppose, I might have to slow this down a little bit. I don't want to. But if I was to suppose that there was a magic teapot orbiting the sun,
revolving about the sun in an elliptical orbit, nobody would be able to disprove my assertion, provided I were careful to add that the teapot is too small to be revealed, even by our most powerful telescopes.
Yeah, if you say that you can't see God, well, now I can't disprove your claims. So you're putting God in a position where I can't even disprove him because he's magic. He can do anything at any time. And, oh, you can't see him, or you can't hear him, and you can't really. And now you're taking him out of every way that I can logically disprove him. You're creating what's known as what is that known as? Where, man, I'll get it in a minute, but I want to definitely go into special pleading right after we finish this. Bertrand Russell's teapot analogy. He's making an analogy between a magic teapot and a god, because you can't see the magic teapot, right?
I were careful to add that the teapot is too small to be revealed, even by our most powerful telescopes. But if I were to go on to say that, since my assertion cannot be disproved, it is intolerable presumption on the part of human reason to doubt it, I should rightly be thought to be talking nonsense. If, however, the existence of such a teapot were affirmed in ancient books, taught as the sacred truth every Sunday, and instilled into the minds of children at school, hesitation to believe in its existence would become a mark of eccentricity and entitle the doubter to the attentions of the psychiatrist in an enlightened age or of the inquisitor in an earlier time. It is customary to suppose that, if a belief is widespread, there must be something reasonable about it. I do not think this view can be held by anyone.
God is not to be compared to a man. Tazadakia can't be compared to other people. He can do whatever he wants. And we had a problem with that. But all of a sudden now, because it's God, you give him the right to be an asshole. He can be a jerk. It's like you're in an abusive relationship, A-sharp, and you're making excuses for your abuser. You're saying, no, he loves me. Yeah, he does this. Yeah, he does that. But he still loves me, I promise you. And you're in an abusive ass relationship and you're making excuses for why it's okay for this person to do the things that he does. Now you have to, God should be the best example, but you're actually showing that God is the worst example. And let's not follow what he's saying, but let's not look at what he's doing. Let's just listen to what he's saying. Do as God does, not as God, or do as God says, not as God does. Hold up. Isn't that what Jesus Christ said about the Romans? He said, do as they say, but don't do as they do. This seems very similar to a person in a position of power that is abusing his power. And you're allowing that person to abuse their power by making excuses for the things that they do. And your excuse is not good enough. You can't just say, well, he's God. It's like saying, well, that's my man. That's my man. Or he's special. He has a special thing. This is not right, man. How can't we see that this ain't right? It blows my mind, man, every time we have these conversations. That's why you see I talk with the passion that I do, because I understand that this is actually the nucleus of the problem. This is the source of the problem, and nobody sees it. Everybody's blaming it on the white man or Tazadakia, or he was this and that. And yeah, he might have been, somebody might have put the bug in his ear. He might have been helped. Ariyah definitely helped him. But it's like we make excuses, man. There's people that do that in the ICGJC for Tazadakia because they already do that for God. They did that for King David. It's okay. King David didn't deserve to die because he was God's friend and God had a special relationship with him. So he said, fuck it, you know, I'm going to just kill a baby, as if God needed King David, as if God didn't say that I could raise up rocks to worship me. He didn't need King David. He could have killed King David. Why didn't he? He should have killed King David. Why didn't he? And kill the baby? Why do you even have to kill anything? It doesn't make sense, man. You created these own rules and now you got to stick by them and you're able to bend it and now you can kill a baby, but you created the rules to begin with about killing something in order because you sinned. The rule was created because God created that rule. And now he's able to change that, oh, well, you can die and I still have to kill somebody, but it can be anybody now all of a sudden. Come on, man. This doesn't make any goddamn sense, yo. It's so frustrating trying to fucking get through people, man. Like, I remember talking about Islam with the brother Brooklyn Outlaw. And I was like, yo, do you understand how crazy Islam is? Down to its core. It's like the Bible is bad. Islam is so much worse, yo. And they say it was written by an illiterate warlord, man. This guy couldn't read or write, but he wrote the Quran. And he had a 9-year-old wife. And they try to say, no, she wasn't 9. She was 13. Like, that makes it better. And the nigga was like 59. Come on, man. He wasn't 59, but he was like 50. This shit's crazy, man. But anyways, let's talk about special pleading, man. I think that's a great topic. I'm going to just actually look up a basic definition. Appreciate my man Combat Conversation. I always found common ground with him. We going back to the 2016 days, 2017 days in the Facebook group, the ICGJC Survivors of the Tasmaniac. We taking it back, baby. People don't know about those days, man. It was a lot of people that still believe that they were Israelites, and there were very few people like me and his brother Combat Conversation and Andre and even Warren, man, my man Warren from Philly. You know, what's his name? Rakal War. You know, he went back. I heard he went back on it. He got back on the train, man. I remember I had a whole video with that dude. We were editing a whole damn show, man, and I had to keep going back and removing things, and then we just ended up saying, yo, we're gonna do a whole new thing, and it just never happened. And next thing I heard, he was on St. Ivan's channel or the Be Thou Free Israel channel, saying he went back to the Most High somehow. But then you have other people, you know, that later on started kind of understanding where we were coming from. But there's little baby steps that people take out of the church. And the best way to go, the best way to transition sometimes is to actually just stay in the Hebrew Israelite community and just not believe in Tazadakia anymore. It doesn't take a lot of brain power to do anything else but that. Like, that's easy. That's simple, man. It's like, but Tazadakia was the one that taught you that Jesus Christ is Yahweh, and you still want to believe that? Because he was really the one that came out with that. Now IUIC is using that. IUIC is saying that Jesus Christ is Yahweh. Y'all know that, right? But yeah, special pleading is a thing. It's a way of arguing that is unfair because it only includes facts and information that support the person's point of view. It is also a legal term that refers to a complicated system of exchanging court papers before a case can be tried. So that's something else with the court. So this is what she's doing, right? This is what I'm sorry, you're doing special pleading. Like, we can pinpoint your logical fallacies. We can pinpoint this shit right down to the bone, baby. This is what you are doing. It's an informal fallacy. Let me see if I can bring it down this way. Oh. article is about the informal fallacy. For the legal concept, see whatever. Okay. This is the logical fallacy. This is what deals with philosophy, psychology, and all that shit. I hope y'all can see it good. Special pleading is an informal fallacy wherein a person claims an exception to a general or universal principle, but the exception is unjustified. You're claiming an exception to God. He's different. He's special. You're doing special pleading for your God. He's able to get away with it. A general rule, you shouldn't punish a child, for the sins of the father. It's a general rule. This shit should be a universal concept. And you're saying, you know what? Because he's God, he can get away with doing whatever the fuck he wants, man. This is what we did for Tazadakia. This is what people do for Muhammad. He's dealing with God. He could get a 9-year-old. It's almost the same thing, man. Like, you're giving special exceptions, man. He's like, yo, yeah, you get away with it. It's a double standard, is what it is. You have a double standard. It's like when Saint Basil said, yo, where's your proof of whatever? We don't need proof. This is the same shit that you're doing, man. And like, we're supposed to be just like feel like, well, okay, well, because you're saying it's God. Like that, Christians have so much fucking entitlement, and you can't even like expose something that's clearly false, man. And we're expected to prove and disprove or whatever claims that you're making. But yo, you're giving special pleas, and I'm trying to go within your own personal belief, because if you come and say that you don't know if God behaves a certain way, or you don't know if God really killed King David's baby, you don't believe in that, but you believe in a God, you just don't believe in the Christian God. Now I can't come at you with those complicated arguments, and now you have to figure out and give an excuse and do special pleading. Like, yo, man, this shit's got to stop, yo. This is crazy. How do we just give special exception? This is what we argue about in the court system, where they say that white people get special treatment when they go to court, and there's a white judge over black people. Well, guess what? Here's the perfect example of somebody that you're giving special treatment to. And now all of a sudden it becomes okay when you're dealing with a God that's supposed to be on a higher level than other people. So they shouldn't be okay with this, like, at all. Like, you know what I mean? Like, this is God. What? Why are you saying that because it's God, it's okay? If anything, if it's because it's God, it should not be okay even more. Yo, this shit's insane, man. Really listen to what people are saying. This shit makes no sense. And it all stems from like the foundation of their belief needs to be cut, man. You need to uproot whatever the fuck is making you think this way. This is bad. Like, you can't even have I don't know, yo. I can't, yo. I'm sorry. It's so easily, like, I love how it's so easily pointed out. Special pleading, boom. We go to it, yo. It perfectly explains what you're doing in special pleading. This is a perfect definition of what you're doing. An informal fallacy wherein a person claims an exception to a general or universal principle, but the exception is unjustified. The reason is it's because it's God. It's like saying, well, because it's Wanye Morris, he doesn't have to keep the Sabbath. He's Wanye Morris, yo. He doesn't have to keep the Sabbath, yo. I'm riding his dick. It's like you're a dick rider. Is what it is. It's like you're a kiss ass because you expect something from that person. You're fucking kissing their ass. This is crazy, man. Come on, yo. Nah, man. Sorry. It's not just special treatment. It's that you're allowing them to do something that you claim is bad. It's not like you're treating them special by rubbing their feet, or washing their toes, or, cleaning clipping their toenails, you're allowing them to murder people. That's a special treatment that you're giving them. Now she's trying to change it up into a special treatment, as if it's like you're clipping their toenails or giving them a massage. No, you're giving them special treatment by allowing them and excusing them to murder people and kill babies. When you think killing babies is wrong, yo, come on, man. This is insane, yo. It's not like you're giving them special treatment, like you're giving them a spa. There's some. This is crazy, man. Their whole faith depends on fallacies, man, all the time. That's why I thought it was so important to go into these logical fallacies. I have videos called special pleading. I have videos called logical fallacies, special pleading, reversing the burden of proof. You know, what's the other one, man, that they constantly do? It's crazy. It's like you can actually give a perfect analogy just by looking at what they're saying. They'll admit it. They're admitting it. Like that's why I'm sorry, man. Like I be trying to have like certain connections with people based on other things and not include this. But when this stuff comes out, it really exposes people's true like feelings and beliefs. And it kind of scares me about, you know, like you could turn on me at any time, or, you know, like you can't really even trust these people too much, because at any time they're going to give an excuse for crazy shit that's just rational thinking goes out the window. And now it's like, damn, I can't even really trust you to think like logically, because at any time you can create whatever thing that happened in your life that you might think God did that nobody else sees. And it's like, I'm supposed to be okay with it. You know, like, I don't know, man. I try, I don't know. You know, y'all be driving me to I'll be thinking I'm living in the fucking Twilight Zone sometimes talking to some of these people. I'm just like, I don't get it, man. Like, let's disconnect ourselves from the actual source of the problem. It wasn't Tazadakia. Tazadakia used what's already there in religion that's been there for years, that cult leaders always pick right up and use as a tool to deceive hundreds of people, man. You have a dude by the name of Brigham Young. This cat was a goddamn Mormon, you know, that was uprooting people out of their lands, Native Americans, other white people out of Utah. Like Utah and Salt Lake City, I think Salt Lake City is like 80% Mormon. You know, this guy used all that shit. We have special pleading. We have God is dealing with us. So we have a right. We have a right to this land. Manifest destiny. I have a right to do something that nobody else has a right to do. It's special pleading. It's all the same shit. And you make an excuse, but you're creating the whole idea of a God hasn't even been proven. And now you're giving special pleading to something that you can't even prove exists. That's very problematic. Very problematic. Everybody is an elite / Freemason. What are you talking about? This is Brigham Young. He was a Mormon. He's very controversial. You know, but he had thousands of followers, man. Like he created a whole city, man, a whole like Utah. And what's crazy is that Utah has some of the least crime in the United States. Go look up the murder rate, the homicide rate, the crime rate of like Salt Lake City. I can't think of any other city in Utah, man. That's how fucking obscure and unknown. Like nobody lives in freaking Utah. If these people that they call themselves the Latter-day Saints. You know, they think that they have special privilege. They were getting away with things. So when you start to get away with doing things, you're gonna naturally start to think that God is with me. Why would God allow this then? Obviously, God is allowing me to do this because God is with me. And that can be like more of a powerful claim than any other, anything else that these people claim. But this shit is fucked up right here. You have all these stories of Native Americans being just plucked right out of their lands in Utah, man. Utah is beautiful, man. It's some of the most beautiful countryside you'll see in this beautiful land that we have here. I mean, them damn Mormons. Shout out to Need to Be Free, the original rebel in Orlando. That's my guy right there for forever, man. He already knows the deal, man. Deuteronomy 7:6, for thou art a holy people unto the Lord thy God. Thy God has chosen thee to be a special people unto himself. Above. What? Above. What, brother? Above. Say it again. Above. Below. Above. All people that are upon the face of the earth. Yeah, man. And then you're claiming that those people are specifically black people or whatever you want to say. Kanye West didn't even know what the hell he was talking about. You want to use a Kanye West thumbnail? He called him, yo, that's the nation of Judah. The tribes of Judah. The 12 tribes of Judah, I think he was saying. The 12 tribes of Judah. That's a new thing, baby. Motherfuckers just want to sound smart and intellectual. Like, this shit's crazy, man. There's a lot of bad reasoning behind why people want to claim this secret knowledge, man. This connection to a powerful being that should be able to heal you from any diseases. You should be able to live, for 1,000 years and beyond, till infinity and beyond. Let's read this comment. The people give the idea of a God so much authority because God is supposed to be an omnipotent, omnipresent being, but God being omnipotent is actually contradicted in the Bible itself. That's true. The repented God that he created man. Judah mourneth and the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground. None of that sounds like a good thing. It sounds like it's horrible that they're black. It sounds like it's horrible that they're mourning. It sounds like it's horrible that they're languishing. All of this sounds like it's a bad thing that they are black. I mean, you're not saying shit, bro. I mean, listen, you came to the wrong place. I'll tell you right now, baby. It says, I am black. I am astonished. Astonishment has taken hold of me. I am black. The book of Jeremiah says, Jeremiah 12:7. Does that mean that how does that have any context with him being astonished or whatever situation? What does that have anything to do with him being black? Because as far as we know, when it says that we're black, it's not talking about a race of people, because people being called black as a race of people wasn't even really a thing at that time. Think about it. That came later on. I am black. I'm mourning. I'm languishing. I'm black. None of that shit sounds good to me. You're making it seem like it's a good thing that they're black, or it's like, yeah, Song of Solomon wasn't written by King Solomon. That's why when you read Song of Solomon 5 and 10, like we already went through this. Go read Song of Solomon 5 and 10, I think it is, right? 5 and 9, verse 9 through 10. Was it 5 and 1? I forget. Somebody shout out that scripture because it's clearly contradicting the fact that this was supposedly written by a man, unless that man. Oh, no, I'm thinking about another one. But I'll say this, right? It's a song about Solomon, is what it is. That's why it says in Song of Solomon 5 and 10, my beloved is white and ruddy, the chiefest among 10,000. It's talking about Solomon. He's the chief. He's the king. And it says he's white and ruddy in Song of Solomon 5 and 10. But if it says the sun don't look down on me because I'm black, because the sun has looked upon me. So it's saying, just because I'm black, but even though I'm black, I'm still beautiful. It's what the scripture is saying. The scripture is not saying I'm beautiful because I'm black. It's saying, although I am black, I'm still beautiful. Do you know that? Do you know that swarthy means dark skin, and that they would call Europeans that look like Kim Kardashian, they would call them swarthy because they weren't as white as they were supposed to be. They weren't as pale as what was accepted. So just calling somebody dark at that time, I'm telling you right now, it doesn't mean shit. Because let's look it up. Let's look it up. Puerto Rico. Mi ambición es tenerte como soy un boricua. Puerto Rico, tan bellas sus valles. All right, let's look at this right here. It says Europeans had dark skin and blue eyes 7,000 years ago. Look at these Europeans that they're considering dark skinned. That is considered dark to some pale ass king of Wales, the pale king of Wales. Is that as dark as Wesley Snipes? That looks just as dark as I am, actually. Look at my forehead. These look like my cousin Jesucito and Ramon and shit, and they consider dark. So you can't just say black, dark, and whatever. People are considered this already darkened and blackened. Swarthy can be considered just a darker hue, a darker tone. So yeah, sorry. Their face shall not now wax pale, but these be the same people that say that Puerto Ricans who are white are Israelites too. It's talking about them not being ashamed and not being, when you turn pale is when you're scared. So you're not going to be in fear. You're not going to be ashamed. You're not going to be scared. Do you think that black people can't turn pale? Yes, even though it may be harder to see, black people can still turn pale. When experiencing physiological changes like blood loss or fear, as their skin will lighten slightly due to reduced blood flow. Are you reading what I'm reading? Let's read that again. Yeah, even though it may be harder to see, black people can still turn pale. when experiencing physiological changes like blood loss or fear. So if you read the scripture into context, which it says, therefore, thus saith the Lord who redeemed Abraham concerning the house of Jacob. Jacob shall not now be ashamed. So Jacob shall not be ashamed. It's talking about you experiencing something and going through something. Neither shall his face now wax pale. It's talking about going through fear or being like shut down or being destroyed or being taken over or just being put down and embarrassed or being in being scared. This is what it's talking about. In fear. Look, you can turn pale from being in fear. So it's saying Jacob is not going to be in fear. That's why it's saying that shall not wax pale. Black people can still turn pale. So every time you try to pull something, look, now he's jumping to another scripture. Look, now he's jumping to another scripture. Let me show you what this is actually called. And I never did a good video on gish galloping. Let's see what gish galloping means. When people gish gallop, what does that do? A gish gallop. My boy, you're gonna appreciate this, Chris. You're gonna appreciate this combat conversation because I don't think a lot of people speak about gish galloping enough. As this is what damn Captain Katazad did. You know, this is what a lot of these cats do. It's a rhetorical technique in which a person in a debate attempts to overwhelm an opponent by presenting an excessive number of arguments with no regard for their accuracy or strength, with a rapidity that makes it impossible for the opponent to address them in the time available. Gish galloping prioritizes the quantity of the galloper's arguments at the expense of their quality. The term gish gallop was coined in 1994 by anthropologist Eugenie Scott, who named it Eugenie Scott. I heard that name before. Who named it after the American creationist Duane Gish, dubbed the technique's most avid practitioner. During a typical gish gallop, the galloper confronts an opponent with a rapid series of specious arguments, half-truths, misrepresentation, and outright lies, making it impossible for the opponent to refute all of them within the format of the debate. Each point raised by the gish galloper, which is this dude over here by the name of Wheel Baby, who just keeps throwing out one thing after another. Let's see. What is this cat talking about over here? Yeah, so I'm expected to fact check this guy at 100 miles per hour for every time he gives a fucking insane rebuttal or pulls a scripture, and now he jumps to another one, and now he's not responding to my what I just said. You know, so he said something, then I have a response, and he doesn't have a direct response to that. Instead, he jumps to another argument where now I have to start debating another argument after I just shut you down because you don't have a response. Now you pull something else out of your goddamn, you know, ammunition belt. Here's another one right here. Precept must be upon precept, here a little and there a little. Yeah, that means that you're supposed to study here and there. What does it mean when somebody says here and there? I'm going to play basketball here and there. That means that I'm going to play basketball sometimes. So all it's saying is that you're supposed to be studying the precepts, which means the laws, here and there, and make it a habit. It's not saying to take a little bit of a scripture here and put it together with another scripture over here, and you can create your own freaking whatever just based off of you mashing up scriptures together like a gumbo soup of a doctrine is what it is. Like, come on, man, chill. Yes, it is. That's exactly what it's saying, bro. Yeah, it is saying what I just said. It's saying that you're supposed to make a habit of doing things here and there. It's not saying that you're supposed to take part of a scripture and then put it with this scripture over there. Like when you guys say that America is Egypt because it says in Deuteronomy 28:68 that you're going to go back to the land of Egypt. Listen, I'm tired of responding to your silly comments. Why don't you come on my live and we can actually talk about it? And I don't have to try to debate 20 people at the same time, and we can listen to what you're saying instead of trying to read, and maybe you have like a typo, you might not be really trying to formulate, your opinions or your beliefs in the best way possible. So the best way to do that is actually to come on my live and actually speak to me mano a mano, man. You're hiding behind a keyboard, man. Like, can we actually have a conversation about this? And let me talk, and I'll let you talk. I always try to let people talk, man. But I see that sometimes a way to overpower or to win the argument is just to, overtalk. So come on my live stream, man. I've been saying it. There's people that they like to do this gish galloping technique. They do special pleading. They have a confirmation bias. And they try to make people feel ashamed of them living their lives. And if you join the military, somehow that's a problem. Like, come on, man. This is craziness. There's so much hatred for white people that even people that, you just leaving the Hebrew Israelite community, that hatred is going to still burn, is going to remain. And you're not even going to realize you still have the hatred. And this is the reason why you make excuses for certain people. They do this thing for God. They do this for God. They do this for their own people because they have their own skin color. And then when somebody of the other skin color does the same shit, they make a bigger deal about it. And it shows the actual that you expect people of that other race to behave in a better manner than your own people. You expect your God to behave like a jackass, but everybody else has to behave at tip-top shape. Everybody has to be perfect and believe in this and believe in that. But then when we give examples of your own God clearly, blatantly breaking the laws that he's supposed to be put in place and saying, ha ha, I can do it and I can get away with it. What you gonna do? That's a fucking jackass, man. You fucking married to the devil, man. You're in an abusive relationship with an imaginary God, with your imaginary friend, and you allow this shit. That's why I'm telling you, this is why people make a big deal of white school shooters, but then when you got black school shooters, you hardly ever hear about this shit. And it happens more often in the black community. But because it doesn't happen in the way that it happens when white people do it, because it might happen at a fucking school football field at the parking lot and there's beef and 3 people get shot, nobody dies, then you don't even hear about that shit. But that shit happens on a regular basis, man. Way more often than a white person goes out here and kills 20 people at a school or 15 people. That shit happens like every fucking 5 months or some shit. The rate at which this shit is happening in certain communities that you want to make an excuse for and make special pleading and give an excuse and say it's okay because they're black. It's the same fucking concept. Or, you got to kind of excuse it because, they're black. Like, bro, that sounds way more racist than anything else. I don't know. I would like to introduce, a guest right now by the name of Chief Sorcerer Priest Malak. What is it? You got to introduce yourself, bro.
No. Hey, My rank is Chief Sorcerer Priest Malak Arya. So you gotta put some respect on my name.
Welcome, though. Welcome. I hear you, brother. Appreciate you coming on, man. How's life outside of this Hebrew Israelite cult, man?
It's good, man. Like, I mean, the military is not easy, but like, I'm just living my life. Just I'm getting out of this shit.
Yeah,
and
man.
like to see dudes like what was in it, Gabriel, like, bro, your whole belief system is completely flawed. And like, it's like, bro, like your whole thing is like you want to believe these things, and that's a problem, because you have like a bias.
Yeah, but look at this one right here. All right, let's analyze this real quick. Revelation 13:10. He that leadeth into captivity shall go into captivity. He that killeth with the sword must be killed with the sword. Here is the patient and the faith of the saints. So, didn't the Israelites lead people into captivity? Aren't the Israelites that are going to lead people into captivity later because supposedly those people led other people into captivity? Doesn't the cycle just keep going at that point? Because the people that you are claiming led people into captivity are not alive anymore. So the people that you are planning to take into captivity are not the same people that took other people into captivity here in the Americas in the 1500s, the 1600s, 1700s. None of those people that were slave masters are alive. So you're not taking those actual people into captivity. You're taking their descendants, which goes against Deuteronomy 24:16, which says that the children shall not pay for the sins of the father. That's Deuteronomy 24:16. But what they're going to say is that these are the reincarnation of the same devils and, all this crap, bro. It's like it's all a confirmation bias. It all makes sense because everything is connected. It seems to make sense. It coincides. And how they say that correlation doesn't mean there's a causation. So you can correlate a bunch of things and make it seem like, oh, it sounds similar. Yeah, what sounds similar? What happened to Jewish people in Lisbon, Portugal, in 1506? It sounds similar to what happened to Israelites, in Alexandria or in Greece, in during the time of the Maccabees. So it's like, okay, you can make a connection right there. You could talk about the Holocaust and say, well, this sounds similar to the oppression that Jews faced in the Bible.
Yeah. But like, these people don't know history. Like they're uneducated, right? And they want to read like a little Bible verse and then insert themselves into it, and it's like, it doesn't work, man. It really doesn't work, man. And you end up sounding just like a crazy ass, just racist, bro. That's all it is. You want us to be racist and hateful, and it's like you want to justify it using the Bible. It's like, bro.
Yeah,
it's funny. It's funny as fuck, but like it's sad because these people really these things with all their heart, and it's like, oh, your whole way of thinking can be defeated in so many ways, but you just stick to your guns.
Yeah,
it's like, why?
Yeah, it's and I would love to like talk to any of these former Hebrew Israelites or former, ICGC people that still believe in some of these doctrines, because that's some of the things that they hold on to. That was some of the hardest stuff for me to deprogram from, was like Deuteronomy 28:68. I'm gonna actually pull that real quick to show how crazy it is, the way that they break this shit down. Do I sound good? Because I think I'm coming across like it looks choppy, but I hope y'all hear me good.
I can hear you good, but like, you know, I don't get a lot of good signal here.
All right, cool.
I'm in the barracks, bro.
I hear you. That's crazy. But yeah,
but I mean, you know what?
Yeah.
I'm like 6. Bro. It's good if, you know, we can have a little like actual, like, you know, good. I'm just hopping in here like off a whim, you know.
Yeah. Like, okay, this is a perfect example right here. What is it? Deuteronomy 28:68, right? If I could put it like this. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships. So again, that again lets me know that they were already there before. And Egypt is a place. They're going to go to Exodus 20:2, which shows you that the land of Egypt is what's referred to as the house of bondage. The actual physical land of Egypt is referred to as the house of bondage. What they do is change the word Egypt. So the word Egypt means is a land, but they changed the word Egypt to mean bondage. So now they read the Bible by changing the word Egypt to mean bondage. And the Lord shall bring thee into bondage again, but this time it's going to be with ships. Yo, it's so demonic. It's so slick, you know, and you can see how a person that's not too intelligent is going to fall for that immediately when it's actually telling you that the land of Egypt is considered the house of bondage. Not that the word Egypt secretly means bondage. That's it. That's all it's telling you. The land of Egypt is considered the house of bondage. And then it says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee. So it's talking about a location. Two ways that you can figure that out. And that little message right there, that little sentence or half a sentence. By the way is a place. The way, around the way, girl, and all that. That's talking about a location. And then it says whereof. Where represents a place. There's two ways that you can tell it's talking about a location and not something that happens to you, a condition, which is bondage. It's actually talking about the location, which is Egypt. By that place. And then when you analyze that sentence, it's telling you the place where I spoke to you at. So if it's talking about America, how could God have spoken to the Israelites at in America already? Because it's saying the place where I spoke to you, that thou shalt see it no more again, which that's Deuteronomy chapter 17, verse 16. Y'all want to, I'll just pull that up real quick. Deuteronomy 17:16. Just to precept it, as they say, precept this shit. Let's read the KJV.
That was such a crazy way for them to like with the damn precepts. Because precepts doesn't mean what they.
Yeah. No. Precept means law. And it says study the law a little bit here, study the law a little bit there. That's it. They make it seem as if they change the definition for the word precept pretty much. So now a precept means a way that you read a certain part of a scripture and take that and combine it with something else. And somehow it's like a code, you know, it's like this coding way of change. It's all just mind fucking you to believe what they're saying. But you can actually, if you want to talk about precepts, you can actually just read Deuteronomy 17:16 in the KJV. It says, the Lord shall bring thee into, oh, I'm sorry. Y'all not seeing that. My bad. What is it? Let's remove that. And then let's present. I'm going to have to put this one up. I want y'all to see that. I wish I could put them together right next to each other, but it only allows me to share one screen at a time. But we read it. You know, we read Deuteronomy 28:68. By the way whereof I spake unto thee. Which is that way? It's Deuteronomy 28:20, Deuteronomy 17:16. But he shall not multiply horses to himself, nor cause the people to return to Egypt. Now, is this Egypt talking about slavery or the land of Egypt? It's all talking about the land of Egypt, obviously. To the end that he should multiply horses. For as much as the Lord had said unto you, ye shall henceforth return no more that way. That's the way that it's talking about in Deuteronomy 28:16. It's talking about the land of Egypt, clearly.
Why wouldn't the Bible say exactly what it means if it's written by an if it's authorized by like an omnipotent being? Why wouldn't it just say what it means? Why does it have to
want you? He doesn't want you to get it. He wants you to have to fucking go against all rationale. This is how you can actually show that you really love God. You have to show that you're going to go against all logic and the natural process of you coming to truth. You have to abandon all of that, and that's how you can show that you really love God, by showing how crazy you can be. That's basically what they're saying.
Literally.
That's basically what they're saying. How crazy can you be? How stupid can you go for God?
I don't know how crazy these people think like they look. Like they think they're so fucking smart. Yo, my bad, bro. I'm like I said, bro, I'm like 6 Coronas down, bro. But like these people look insane when they tell this shit. Like they're jumping around doing all this shit, and they'll really have some like Christian shit like stumped.
Yeah.
You know? They'll really have them stumped. But like if you really
and
like
they'll say the scriptures can have twofold meanings. But then how do you know? How do you know when you can fold it and unfold it? You're doing that at your own convenience, because it already confirms your belief. You have a confirmation bias. So now at any time you can change the word Egypt to mean America, when it's actually telling you that the place where I told you.
Yeah, Gabriel, sorry to break it.
It's crazy.
I don't know what you got going on, Gabriel. You listen, bro. just drop this way of thinking, bro, and focus on your life.
Why do you think it says and there? Because it's referring right back to the land of Egypt. There ye shall be sold to your enemies. And now you're going to say, well, when did that ever happen? Nobody says that it was supposed to happen. You're the ones that expect all this shit to happen, you know? So it's like now they have to play, you know, what's that? The multiple choice game, pretty much, and try to figure out and rule out the worst possibility and just pick out the best possibility.
Process.
And none of it has to even be true anyways. And all of this is a mixture. You're fucking people mentally by doing what's called double think and double speak, you know, by saying that Egypt is talking about the land of Egypt, but at the same time, you're saying that it's not actually talking about the physical land of Egypt. Because I've heard niggas say to both, like, yeah, it is, because obviously it's saying that you're not going to go that way no more. So obviously it's talking about the land of Egypt, but it's not talking about the land of Egypt, because if they weren't going to go there no more, then it can't talk about the land of Egypt. But the land of Egypt was the place that God said you weren't going to go there no more. So if he says the place where I told you weren't going to go no more, there ye shall be sold, is actually talking about the place. He's going back on his word. He's saying, yeah, you know what? I did tell you, but guess what? Fuck that. I'm going back on my word, and you are going back to the land of Egypt. But they're making it seem as if, no, it's saying that, oh, he already said he's not, so then he obviously can't be talking about the land of Egypt. But he's saying that, no, man, I told you that you're not, but guess what? I changed my mind. Your descendants are. And you could still say, well, the people that he said that they're not going to go back to, the people that were there didn't go back because they died. So it's actually talking about another group of people. So this can still be true. Either way, man, these people lose and they don't even realize it, bro. Like, I got this shit padlocked down, man. All these breakdowns, I'll go to their toughest breakdown. Let's go to Revelation 1:14 next. Jeremiah 14:2, man. Lamentations 5:10, whatever. I can explain that shit in a way where you can't really say what I'm saying is wrong because your entire ideology is based on interpretations anyways. So I'm coming up with my interpretation. Well, who are you to say my interpretation doesn't sound good and shit? Bro, this shit sounds exactly like what it's saying. That's why I went to Deuteronomy 17 and 16.
It's all based on things, like what they want to believe. That's all it is. That's all it is. They're just making shit up. They're literally making shit up.
Yeah, it's
and
tough,
deceit,
man.
the worst part, bro. Yo, like, listen, man. We gotta do like a full, like, actual interview, man. Like, we gotta do that, bro. We gotta do that, man. Like, because, bro,
Yeah, you gotta. Yeah,
children like brought up thinking this, man, thinking this way, and they think it's right, bro. But like, it's not, man. It's all bullshit. But like, you know, they're brought up thinking this way. It's like, oh, I trust my parents, you know, so it's all right, you know.
That's just crazy, man.
Yo, this shit is crazy. This shit is like actually insane. Like,
and
I'll
you
tell
and I
people
know,
about
and I
this
know you
shit
I
and,
know your
like,
parents.
they'll
You know,
think
I
they're
know.
like, nah, this is crazy.
I know your parents. You know, I know your father, and he was actually one of the coolest people up in that place. I thought, at least.
He was, but like now, you know, bro, I text him and I literally texted him like, I don't know, I'm headed to my first duty station. I'm excited. Yo, this man left me on red, bro.
Damn, your own father, right?
That shit is
Yeah,
crazy.
brother. That's why I want to let you know that, brother, I'm here for you more than your damn father could be right now at this point. And I'm not trying to say he didn't do a good job of raising you, because you seem to turn out to be a very intelligent young man that is able to escape this place, when I would think that the kids that are coming up in there would be the hardest ones to escape from this. But here you are, and there's my cousin who should know better, man. Like, yo, my cousin Taza Warrior was I thought she was always one of the most intelligent people I've ever known. She was very smart. That's why I actually came in there. Like, I have some dumbass cousins that I wouldn't listen to if they came at me with this shit, and they actually have. I had other cousins that came at me with this. It wasn't until this particular cousin came at me. So it's like, these people aren't stupid. Like, your father is not stupid. My cousin's not stupid. It's. I mean, you can say that they are being stupid in a certain way. But when it comes to religion, the fact that people think that they can just let go of any logical rules and universal rules that you abide by, that we all go by, all of a sudden that can go out the window. Like, you do sound kind of stupid, and it's like, you're not stupid. You're forcing yourself to be this way when you know better. That shit's crazy to me. Like, you know better. Your own kids know better right now, man. There's gonna be kids. There's gonna be some of my cousin's kids that are gonna come up out of this crap. I promise you. She probably got like 8, 9 kids right now, and they're gonna come out of there too. And I might have a better relationship with them than they have with their own parents in the future. I think about all of that stuff, and I, you know, I don't know how to feel about that. It's weird. Like, I don't know what the hell to feel. It's crazy that there was a point where me and my kids, or my kids and her kids, were like celebrating all their birthdays together, you know, and then all of a sudden, because from one day to the next, you know, I started speaking out against the church. All of a sudden, now it became a problem if we even wanted to get together, even if it was like a family gathering that we were both invited to. Now all of a sudden, you know, like it's becoming uncomfortable. And this is all because of the church. It has nothing, like, my cousin, who's in the cult, her younger brother was trying to make it seem like it was the way that I dealt with, you know, leaving the church, rather than the issue being the church itself and their rules that they laid down, where now I can't even do certain things, and I can't even confront my cousin, you know, who I did in private, and then she tried to make it a whole big thing in front of all, you know, she tried to make a big deal out of it, like she was being Like she was under attack, bro. And I came to her in private, and she was trying to make it, bro. She made it seem like I was attacking her, And she was like, and they all of a sudden they turned into a Christian. Well, let me believe in what I want to believe instead of being a lion and saying, no, this is the truth. Let me show you how you're wrong. Now all of a sudden she bitched up, bro, and now she's pulling back and saying, oh, let me just believe in what I want to believe. And I'm like, damn, yo, like. There's so much evidence that my cousin has that she could bring forth, and all that shit's being hid about Tazadaki and all of that because people like her don't want to speak out. I know she has mad evidence. Like these are some of the most scared people, and like I have no respect for them. Amath in Orlando, who right? Bro, I had no respect for the cat. He has so much information. I got no respect for that cat at all, bro. Philly, that's right. I saw the email. I didn't have a chance to respond. Philly BNR, man. I knew that's what it stood for. A lot of people from Philly, man, that be coming along my joint, man. A lot of Philly kind of seems to fell apart, man. I don't know. Orlando fell the hell apart too.
Yo, Miami is like, I don't know if you're gonna see a lot of people coming out of Miami. I'm gonna be honest. Out of South Florida, I don't know if you're gonna see a lot of people coming out. Those people are
Why
like,
not?
Yo.
All right, guys. I love y'all.
Why not? Why you don't think a lot of them is gonna come out?
I don't know, man. Like, bro, a lot of these people are just like stuck in their ways. Like, I really couldn't give you an exact reason why. I really couldn't. But I really just don't see that happening. Like the people I know, the people I grew up around, shit.
Yeah. I hear you. I'm here, bro. My bad. I had to step to the side real quick. But Need to Be Free was a brother, one of the first cats out here that spoke out against the church. He was talking about the tribe of Dan. That was a big thing for me because the Israelite Church of God in Jesus Christ claims to know what happened to the tribe of Dan. This is what these cults do. They try to give you secret knowledge because they know that that's what kind of like what you get from God. It's like you feel like you in a certain secret circle and you're getting secret knowledge that nobody else can get because you might just be chosen or you're the special one. And they start to look down on you because you don't comprehend things or interpret things the same way they do. It's like they feel like, you're not chosen. That's why. But let me see right here. Let's read some of this. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again with ships by the way whereof I spake unto thee. Thou shalt see it no more again. The place where I told you that you're not going to see it again, that was Egypt. He says, there ye shall be sold to your enemies for bondmen and bondwomen, and no man shall buy you. I mean, that place is talking about a certain land that they already been to. They're going to go back there. And if you even want to show anything closely related to this in history, you can look up what is suggested. It's not solid evidence like, the slave trade to America, because it didn't happen for so many years. And after 70 AD, around 70 AD, there was reported of, some Jews getting to Alexandria, Egypt, most likely by way of ships, because they have a very famous port in Alexandria, Egypt, where they used to bring a lot of things to trade through that area. And slaves were one of the biggest commodities.
You learn about that in 6th grade world history.
Yeah, for sure. Oh yeah. And you know, like I've been through those scriptures before, man. I don't want to really keep going through that and beating the dead horse, because I'd rather do it while I got a Hebrew Israelite on here. I tried to do it while I had a Hebrew Israelite on here.
They're so scared, bro. It's crazy. Like, come on, bro. Defend the faith, bro.
Yeah.
But nah, they don't want to do that. They'd rather just sit in comments sections and just...
Yeah. I mean, there's people right in here that could come on my live, man, and I'm not gonna like. It's because like if I didn't know the scriptures, they would have more like confidence to actually come up on here and try to trip me up in the scriptures. You know, but when you're just trying to pull up scriptures like this, like, it is the glory of God to conceal a thing, but the honor of kings is to search out a matter. Like, I don't know what that's supposed to mean. You know, like I can interpret that to mean so many different things. Gabriel has been posting and saying a lot of things that it's all relying upon interpretation. You know, this person right here, Wheel Baby.
Wheel Baby is a certified fool.
No, this is a troll, man. He doesn't even seem real.
Like, it's got to be rage bait, bro.
It's crazy. I have a lot of different followers.
Like that Sam McGall guy.
Oh, that guy's the worst, bro. He keeps coming back.
He making different accounts.
Yeah, because remember I had him on a live. He actually came. I think he actually came on a live. And damn, no. He was supposed to come on a live. That's what happened. And then I started talking to him, and he was sending me voice messages. Bro, that cat was saying some of the most gay shit, man. And his voice sounded so gay. You know, like you can tell he was gay. And at the same time, he's trying to tell me, why do I think homosexuality is a sin? He always asks me that. He's trying to get me, you know, because that's like the thing that you like. If you question a former Hebrew Israelite or an atheist that's a former Hebrew Israelite, that they're gonna obviously tell you that there's no law against that. Like that's very natural. You can find that in nature everywhere. So why you're the one that's saying it's wrong? Then I need an excuse or a good reason for why you think it's wrong. And the reasons for why they give that it's wrong, it's just it doesn't. I mean, it's natural. So they'll say it's not natural, but it actually, you do find that in nature.
Yeah.
So like they feel like that's like a big takedown if you can get somebody to admit whatever. And it's like, bro, that's not going to be the focus of my video, man, because I know what they're going to do with this shit. I know what they're going to try to do with that shit. And now you don't have to debate. They don't have to debate anything you have to say now, just because, you know, you might agree to whatever the fuck they're proposing. It's like, yo, anything else that you have to say just goes out the window. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, bro. They gonna have you all up in an ACU video, man. They gonna and shit.
Yeah. I'm gonna try to on another video here, man. I want to go back to
Miguel, man. I just wanted to pop in here real quick, you know, to see what's going on, you know. And we got to do like a longer live together, bro. I think it would be fire.
Yeah, we're gonna do something, man, because I think you bring a good perspective, man. You come from a certain angle that a lot of people haven't heard of, you know. Somebody that was raised up in the cult, coming out and, you know, changing their whole life like you did. I think it could be, you know, it's a great story, man. And you got to tell it. I think, bro, I really do. I'm amazed by it. You know, I think a lot of people will be amazed by it.
I really like I have to, especially for the people in there, you know.
Yeah, man. It only seems right.
For like civic duty, you know.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly. You got it, brother. I appreciate you coming on, though, man. Make sure, you know, you keep in touch with me. We'll talk real soon for sure, man. I appreciate you for coming on.
Hell yeah, bro. Yeah, I'm signing out, man. Have a good one.
All right, man. Peace out, brother. Have a good night. Yeah, man, that's it's a good guy right there, man. Actually, was his father's teacher in the Hebrew Academy, and he came to me through the email one time years later, man, and I probably, was around him when he was like 7 years old, or younger than that, 3 or 4 years old. I probably seen him. I don't even know. There was so many kids being born up in that joint. That now you have one of these kids that's coming on watching my channel. That's just amazing to me. He's a young cat. That's just crazy how life works, man. Yo, that shit's crazy. But the dude is definitely a good testimony of doing positive things in their life. The dude is definitely on the right path, I think. He still has family that cares about him. He still has people like myself that care about him, friends. And I think that, we just need to make sure that people understand that. Like, you might come out of a cult and you're going to lose your whole family. You probably need to understand. You just probably need to just come to that understanding that, you're still noticed and appreciated, and your story is pretty important, man. I think it is, and amazing. It's amazing that you were raised up in this shit and then you're able to deprogram as an adult. That's hard. That, I don't know, maybe it's easier. I don't even, we don't have enough understanding of this shit right now. Like, we're just starting to understand this by having these conversations. We're starting to get a better understanding of what possibly going on between, in these people, in people's minds that got caught up in this stuff. It's crazy. Yeah, man. I'm glad I made it easier, because I'm telling you, it was not easy. It was not easy coming out in 2015 when Tazadaki was still alive, talking shit, calling me out. I wish I could have spoken to him. I always wish that whatever the fuck happened when I tried to get on, I could have sworn he was trying to get me on, and I don't know. I remember being disconnected and getting back on. So I remember I had 2 parts recorded that night, but I didn't wake up until like midnight. It was like 11:49 or almost midnight. And I think it had been already going on for a while. I think maybe it was 12:49, and it was going on for like almost an hour. Because I think it started at midnight. And people were waking me up, man. I couldn't get no sleep, and I felt a rumbling going on. And when I got on, Tazadaki was wilding, screaming. I heard him going back and forth with I didn't catch what's his name? Andre, KOC, King of Controversy, from the Rebel Alliance media. I didn't catch that live. I caught the chick from Trinidad talking about the doll. That was all the way at the end. I caught Tazak Tazayar, Mr. Giancarlo, my man that made that rooster right there in the bodega rooster, baby. I caught that. I caught the sister from Miami. I think when I got on, the sister from Miami was on or some shit. Nah. I caught it after that, because I heard the whole thing later on, because my man Andre recorded that whole thing, man, and he had the best, I think, version of that. If I'm right, I don't know. A few people recorded it though, and I appreciate y'all that recorded it and keeping that shit alive, because that's a testimony of Tazadaki's craziness, right there. The shit that he was saying on there was crazy. I don't know how my man Alex, my man needs to be free, got on that shit somehow. He was asking about the 2 times in Tobit. Oh man, you could hear him on that. That shit was the best. My man Wilney was laughing after I remember he posted some shit on his Facebook, because he was still in the cult, and he was like, that was fucking Alex. He was calling him out. I knew that motherfucker was gonna leave. Wilney, I knew you was gonna leave, man. I love that guy. Everybody loves Wilney, man. Yo, the Hebrew Israelites will not come on my live, yo. I've been challenging these cats all throughout these Facebook groups. They always get offended and they turn down the fucking debate. They're like, oh, you just offended me. I'm not gonna go live with you. And it's like, man, you've been saying the craziest shit about me. And now all of a sudden I say that I don't even believe in your Bible. Now that's you don't believe in the Bible? I'm not gonna debate you. The fuck? I don't believe in the Bible, but we can still go and talk about these scriptures, try to interpret these scriptures the best way we can, translate them. And what is it that you think that you're going to see that I'm not going to see? Like what kind of advantage do I have or whatever? What do I see that you don't see? That makes you so scared that you can't show me just because I don't believe in it. Now it goes to show you it is a confirmation bias. It's a very strong confirmation bias. Throw pearls before swine. But did God tell you that, I'm swine, or you're making that determination? Because the Bible says you got to defend, you got to be ready to defend the gospel and be ready to defend Jesus Christ. So, what were the last words of Jesus Christ? That's a very simple question, and you should know that. This is the greatest man that's ever existed in the world, in your eyes. And his whole life was recorded. What was Jesus Christ's last words? That's what I want to know. Pablo. Come on, Paul. Come on, Poblano Pepper. Yeah. They're casting pearls in the comment section, but they won't go on a live stream and represent Jesus Christ properly. I want a proper battle. I came here for a proper fight. I mean, that's just what I want. All right, let's go. This is what I think of you bastards. You yellow-bellied bastards. I came here for a proper debate, and you guys can't even give me that. These guys, they're just not willing to fucking come on here and give a proper debate, a proper shootout. This shit's crazy, man. Anyways, let's debunk these Hebrew Israelites fucking bullshit ass doctrine. Let's keep doing it. Let's see if I could find All right. Proper battle. We'll have proper debate.
Practice a lot. Enough. But I don't ask for an audience. I see you using an old style. I wondered where you'd learned it from. You know very well. It's yours too. I've forgotten. Will you show me? Then what have you come for?
Iron Mike. We out here every weekend. We got a room of you flaming faggots and lesbians and homosexuals. We gotta come out here and
Deuteronomy 28:68. And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again. He's gonna bring us into slavery again. He's gonna bring us into slavery again with ships. With what? Ships. How do we get over here, brother? Ships. Come on. By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see no more again. So we wouldn't see Egypt again. So that's clear that we're not talking about ancient Egypt. We're talking about a spiritual Egypt. Come on. And there ye shall be sold. We shall be what? Sold. What we sold, brothers? On auction slave block, we were sold. Go ahead. Sold unto your enemy. Unto who? Your enemy. Who we sold to? The Lord tell me they're your enemies. They've been showing us for over 500 years they are enemies. You see that? For bond men. For what? Bond men. Slave men. And bond women. Slave women. See that? So we the Israelites, according to the Bible. Okay, read that.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again.
Now, the Israelites was in Egypt as slaves under Pharaoh and the Egyptians. The Lord split the sea, you know about that, right? And delivered the children of Israel. They walked into Egypt and they walked out. Again. All right, read it again.
And the Lord shall bring thee into Egypt again.
Into slavery again, read.
With ships.
With what?
With ships.
All right, read on.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
Have we seen our homeland again, or we've been over here ever since? That's right. We wouldn't see our homeland again.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. So we wouldn't see Egypt again. So that's clear.
So you can see clearly that sometimes he's saying that we shall not see it again. It's talking about Egypt. Sometimes we shall see.
We're not talking about ancient Egypt. We're talking about a spiritual Egypt.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
Have we seen our homeland again, or we've been over here ever since? That's right. We wouldn't see our homeland again.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. So we wouldn't see Egypt again.
So sometimes thou shalt see it no more again is Israel. Sometimes thou shalt see it no more again is Egypt. Now listen to what he says.
We wouldn't see Egypt again. So that's clear that we're not talking about ancient Egypt. We're talking about a spiritual Egypt.
You're not going to see Egypt again, the land of Egypt. So as he's telling you that you're not going to see the land of Egypt again, confirming that the scripture is talking about the physical land of Egypt, he's saying at the same time that it's not talking about the land of Egypt. But you just finished saying that it is talking about that you're not going to see the land of Egypt. How are you saying that it's not talking about Egypt in the same breath?
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. So we wouldn't see Egypt again. We wouldn't see Egypt again. So that's clear that we're not talking about ancient Egypt. We're talking about spiritual Egypt.
So if he's admitting that the part where it says thou shalt see it no more again is Egypt, then the following sentence where it says and there ye shall be sold to your enemies is still talking about the land of Egypt. That's the place where the Lord said that ye shall not return. And those Israelites that left, Moses and that generation, never returned to Egypt. These curses are supposed to fall on the descendants of the Israelites.
By the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again.
We wouldn't see our homeland again. We wouldn't see our homeland again.
And there you shall be sold unto your enemies.
This is all land, though.
Bond women.
So we were sold to who?
how would you go back and translate this?
How would I translate that?
This is the Hebrew Israelite translating Deuteronomy 28:68 by the name of Blind Prospect.
There you go. Say, wait, hold on. And you will sell. Yep. No. And you will. So you got the and will, you or y'all, and y'all will. His title is what?
Sell.
No. Makar self. Reflective.
Myself or me.
No, or
I.
Or ourselves, yes. And you will sell yourself.
Yourself. Yeah, okay, yourself.
Okay. But I would translate it as, instead of saying you will sell your own selves, it almost sounds like the passive. I would say, and you sell yourself. Yeah. And you will sell yourself. And you will
offer yourself.
Offer. Oh.
Right? So reflective is more contemplative in the abstract sense, right? As opposed to physical selling off. So reflective is, and you will offer yourselves. Offer. So there would be more of an offering than a literal selling there because it's in a reflective sense.
Okay.
If it was, and you will sell yourselves, it would almost be like a Nephi sense, right? Which we see up here. But here it's more like an offer, something that's abstract, something that's like a deal that you're doing.
Yeah.
As a, like I said, when you go in, exactly, there you go, like a job interview, right? You have a resume, and you are there to sell the resume or sell yourself to the person that's going to hire you or the buyer. So you're making an offer to them of yourself. So you're not literally giving yourself or selling yourself to them. There's no transaction, literally, but it's an offering of yourself. Right? In a reflective sense, it's an offer, right? That's more reflective. To Nephi would be more physically, I'm selling myself, right? Almost like prostitution, and you'll see that sometimes in some other places with prostitution, it'll give you the sense of it, right? So here's the end, you will offer yourselves, and you will offer yourself. So no longer you will be sold to your enemies, and you will offer yourselves to your enemies. And then the rest of it says what? You can click back. As what? As bondsmen and bondswomen, not slave. Bondsmen and bondswomen, because the offer has to do with a price. A bondsman is more specific. So bondsmen, bondswomen, and what?
And no man shall buy you.
And no man shall buy you. Right? Click on H7069. There you go. Redeem. Purchase. Redemption for a price, right? Or it could be
so redeemed means that you're bought for a price, but it also means that you're saved. There's two definitions for it. Look at this. Look at what he's saying. Every captivity the Jews went under was looked at as a return to a state of Egypt or bondage. This is crazy right here. Yes, you could compare a slavery that happened in the past to a slavery that's going to happen in the future, or that has happened later on. You can compare those two slaveries. But when it tells you that by the way whereof I spake unto thee, the place where I spoke unto you, there ye shall be sold, it's actually talking about that same place. So we're not even talking about the word Egypt anymore. I'm talking about the part where it says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again there. So forget about trying to do your trick, your mind fuck of changing the word Egypt to mean bondage. Let's just go right after that where it says, and there, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, which was the land of Egypt. You don't even have to try to change the word Egypt to mean bondage, because it's already telling you that the place where I spoke to you, that same place you're going to be sold. So it's talking about the same place where he spoke to you at. So you don't have to mindfuck people to change the word Egypt, which is a place, to have a definition to mean a condition of slavery. In Deuteronomy chapter 28, verse 60, it says that the Lord shall give you all the diseases of Egypt. Let's read that. So you want to change the word Egypt to mean slavery? Then what is this talking about right here where it says, moreover, he will bring upon thee all the diseases of Egypt, Does that Egypt mean slavery, Saint Ephraim? Or does that Egypt mean the physical land of Egypt? Because we know that in the physical land of Egypt, there were many diseases like the botch of Egypt and all this shit that was given to the Israelites. Now you are playing Russian roulette over here. You're playing musical chairs and shit. I don't know what you're doing over here when we're talking about the word Egypt. Now, all the diseases of Egypt in verse 60, just 8 verses before this. Now, you're going to tell me that no, this is not talking about bondage. This is talking about the actual physical land of Egypt. So now you're jumping around doing a hopscotch, like you're jumping ropes and shit. And I don't have any confidence or faith in what you even believe in, because the way that your brain works, I don't have any confidence or faith in anything that you believe in or think is true, because of the way that you just jump and change words at any given moment based on convenience. Fuck you for doing that. And you're a bitch for not coming on the live and actually going toe to toe with me and allowing me to have more of an upper hand by controlling the entire argument. And I'm trying to fucking click on your stupid comments and show it, and we try to understand what you're saying, but you could just come on the live and speak as a man and speak up and tell me what the fuck you're even talking about. It doesn't make sense, bro. Fall the fuck back right now. You know that Deuteronomy 28:60 is talking about the physical land of Egypt, but all of a sudden, Deuteronomy 28:68, you want to change the word Egypt to mean slavery or bondage. You are a liar. Do better, bro. Do better than that. This is not good, man. What's wrong with y'all? This is fucking sloppy, lazy ass fucking behavior. Straight up. I don't want any parts of it, man. Just
Possessed, owner, recover, redeem. But in most senses, it means buy or transaction, right? Now slow down. Okay. Now also we have here the cow stem. Keep going. The Nephil stem and the Hithphil stem. And now the Hithphil stem is a causative action, right? Because you can have the causative active voice and the causative passive voice, right? Go back to the verse. Okay. And it says, and no man shall buy you, right? So no man shall buy you. So we're talking about a man, no man shall buy you. We're talking about, you have to read the last two at the bottom.
And no man shall buy.
Okay. And no man shall buy. The implication is you, right? He says, by the way whereof I spake unto you, you shall see it no more again. Because Most High says, my objective is to purchase you out so that way you won't go back to Egypt. And he says, and there you shall be sold unto your enemies. Again, it's not and you shall be sold unto your enemies, but the selling action is being done by who? You, the people under the curse. They are offering themselves for bonding for a price, and no one shall buy you. So now, if we say that this refers to the transatlantic slave trade, okay, we're going to say that's ambiguous because there's other places in history where the Israelites were actually brought back into Egypt again, into captivity. Greco-Roman period is one example of that. So now, if I'm looking at this last part, I can't say this part right here is referring to somebody selling us anymore. We're selling ourselves. When we went into captivity.
So if you notice, he's skipping the part where it says, by the way whereof I spake unto thee, thou shalt see it no more again. It's actually talking about the land of Egypt. And then it says, and there. He's still trying to make this seem like this is America, but the buying and selling, he's trying to make that seem like that's not talking about slavery. It's talking about you offering yourselves for work. It's talking about being hired and bought for hire, for a job. This is what this cat is saying. Like this is on a whole nother level of damn. Oh my God, man! Like you can't make this shit up, man. This is insane. This is pure insanity. Like you could watch this cat debating all types of other Hebrew Israelites. This is divine prospect. He believes that somehow the earth is still flat because he knows that according to the scriptures, they're describing the earth as a flat plane. And that's a whole nother fucking conversation. This is what the argument that Lord Jamar has been having with Godfrey. Because Godfrey had Professor Dave, who's been kicking flat earth ass since I can actually remember anybody even debating flat earthers. The one that's been doing it the best has been Professor Dave. Yo, Lord Jamar was not ready. He was stuck back in this fucking 2020, 2019, 2018 way of arguing that the earth is flat. Yo, these motherfuckers had to move on. Y'all never seen a documentary called Behind the Curve on Netflix? Look this shit up. Behind the Curve on Netflix. These guys who are flat earthers buy a fucking $12,000 telescope or not a telescope. It was like a laser gun or some shit. That it's a high-powered laser that can shoot through screens, right? So like a certain type of like like how they have the movie screens and shit. I don't know what the fuck that shit's made out of, but if you put them shits in a row back to back, the laser will shoot through one screen and then you can still see the laser on another screen and it keeps going and you can see the laser. Okay, so now the way that you measure if the earth is flat by using these screens is by all putting down what's known as a flat plane, which you can find a lot of this in Florida, or you can even go to any parts of the earth almost. Libya, I know, has some flat plains. There's Oklahoma. There's St. Louis, Omaha. It's just flat as shit. It's not mountainous, is what I mean by that. So that won't fuck up, whether you trying to figure out the earth is flat or not. And if you go for a certain amount of miles and you shoot that laser through a certain amount of screens, if the earth has a curvature, you're going to start to see the dot of that laser go higher and higher. Or it depends, where the curvature is at. It might go lower and lower, but I think the way that they did it was in Michigan or something. I forget where they did it. And, you can, if the earth has a curvature and you're on the curvature of the earth and you're this far, and even if it's only a slight change, that should also give you an impression that there's a curvature here. I mean, if you live on a flat earth, there should be no curvature at all. But if you go a certain amount of distance, you can see a slight curvature. And the screens showed you that because it's coming from here, every screen, the further it went, that dot started getting higher and higher. Because according to the curvature, the screens were going lower and lower. So if the dot is hitting here on this screen, the dot is going to be hitting here. It's going to keep going like that. That's the curvature. They proved themselves to be wrong. And they showed it on national TV, man, on Netflix. Behind the Curve. People in the flat earth community started disconnecting themselves from these people who are also flat earthers. And they became a whole beef in flat earth. And ever since that shit, it's kind of died off. So whatever the fuck happened with Lord Jamar and Godfrey, that shit should have happened 5 years ago, man. That dude was so embarrassed. You can tell He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Lord Jamar should stick to his fucking Fat Joe, and did Puerto Ricans contribute to creating hip hop beef? He has a better chance with that shit than with this flat earth shit. You know, so a lot of Hebrew Israelites and Christians should be believing that the earth is flat, actually. I think I did a video where I asked Divine Prospect about the flat earth. So let me see. Yeah, here it is. Here we go.
I'm telling you, people, the earth revolves around the sun. Burn him!
What a story!
You've stolen my soul!
Building San Miguel TV Shalom. Do you believe in the flat earth model or spherical model? Excellent question. I don't subscribe to a flat earth model from today's perspective. However, the ancient worldview of how the world was shaped was a dome-shaped model, right? It was a circular flat earth, if you want to call it that, with a dome that covers it, right? That's how they looked at it. Even if you go to Bereshit chapter 1, where it talks about the firmament in the heavens, that is something that is hammered out or fixed into a particular position in almost of a dome type structure. All right. So that's the worldview of them back then. And I understand that worldview. So when I dive into the text, I understand the text based on their perspective. However, when looking in contemporary times, I have a different perspective, and I try to find a way to harmonize the two, because you can do that. That's the objective, to holistically harmonize the two.
I mean, Divine Prospect is supposed to be a brother of science. You know, he doesn't fall for the bullshit like a lot of these Black Hebrew Israelites out here just believe that everything is a conspiracy theory. But because he believes in the Bible, he has to start with that presupposition that the Bible is true no matter what. And that's a confirmation bias. And he's saying you can harmonize the two. What Divine Prospect is saying there, that you can harmonize the two, is pretty much harmonize the bullshit in the Bible with what the real truth is, but what the science really says, that the earth is not a flat, damn dome-shaped, whatever the hell you want to call it, man. That's bullshit.
Confirmation bias is one of the most solid empirical findings in psychology. If I have a belief or an attitude, I will search for instances that confirm what I believe. And also, I'll find myself in a company with a lot of other people who think the same way as I do.
Recently, we've carried out an experiment to test rotation to the Earth.
This is
If the Earth is spinning at one rotation every 24 hours, that
This is from behind the curve right here. Listen.
means that every hour it has to turn 15 degrees.
Right.
And if the gyroscope is mounted anywhere on Earth, it's going to drift. In today's 21st century navigation systems, they're using what's called a ring laser gyroscope. It is extremely precise. If we could simply get one of these ring laser gyroscopes, we would be able to prove once and for all that there is no rotation to the Earth. One of the people in the community actually purchased one for $20,000.
You start at point A, and then you do.
Did he say for $20,000? I thought it was $12,000, but I guess it was from more than that. But yeah, look at this dumb ass response. The secret things. What makes you think that the curvature of the Earth is supposed to be a secret? Like, what do you mean the secret things? What is the secrets? And where are they laid out?
For $20,000.
You start at point A, and then you do some kind of process of collecting evidence, of thinking, or whatever you want, and you end up at a conclusion, point B, that you believe is true. Okay? Science is the error. That's all science is the arrow. Science is a process to get to conclusions.
But what we found is when we turned on that gyroscope, we found that we were picking up a drift, a 15-degree-per-hour drift. Now, obviously, we were taken aback by that. Wow, that's kind of a problem, right?
But there's a whole other way to think, which is that you start at B. You start at the conclusion, and you say, I have to find evidence that shows that this is true.
You're not looking for data to try to prove you wrong or refine your position, right? You're trying to look for all the data that proves you right.
Exactly. You're trying to skew the evidence to favor your belief more. So here are flat earthers that spent what, $20,000 on a high-powered laser that was supposed to trace the drift of the earth and amongst that, the curvature of the earth too, the rotation of the earth. Because flat earthers, most of them believe that the earth is not rotating or revolving, that it's the background of what we're looking at that's moving and we're standing still. And the background, whatever the fuck that means, that's what's moving. No, man, we're moving, and the background clouds are staying in place in certain instances. Where if you're filming straight up, wherever the hell you are on the earth, and you film for a certain amount of time, you're gonna start seeing a drift or a change. Where now even the stars in the background are starting to change direction and change locations. And there's flat earthers that think that the background or the stars and everything with it, like it's like a fucking sticky wall where where flies stick to shit, and then that's moving. The stars are stuck to something and it's moving. No, we're moving, and there's all types of things around us that are also moving, and we're all moving in the same direction. And not only is the earth rotating, but it's also revolving at the same time. So not only is it doing this, where it's going from this point to that point in a circle constantly in a certain direction, it's also spinning while it's rotating. It's revolving while it's rotating in that certain, and it's doing that in a certain speed that it's not as fast as a fucking tennis ball, which is very small. This is a big matter of space that's spinning. And you can say that a big matter of space spins at 1,000 miles per hour, and it's not the same as you taking a small little tennis ball and spinning that at 1,000 miles per hour, because mass changes all that science, man. How do I explain that to somebody that doesn't know anything? The first thing about fucking gravitational pull or basic the laws and science of motion and relativity, the mass versus, how do you explain this to somebody that has no way of even, understanding anything like this? No disrespect, but it's like you have no business talking about a certain subject that you have no expertise in. And just because you don't understand what the fuck the people are explaining doesn't mean that it's wrong. It means that you just might not be able to understand basic science.
You'll cherry pick until you find evidence that appears to be an arrow, a logical arrow to your dogma.
We obviously were not willing to accept that, and so we started looking for ways to disprove that it was actually registering the motion of the earth, and that it in fact was registering the motion of the sky. So the next thing that we set out to do was to encase the fiber optic gyro in what's called a zero Gauss chamber, to see if we could actually shield the energies being generated by the heaven. And we were unsuccessful with that, unfortunately. So the next thing that we're going to try is encasing the entire apparatus in bismuth. If everything works well, I'd like to release it at the conference.
If there's not anything that you can say, anything you can show me that could make me believe, oh, I guess I'm wrong, it's not falsifiable anymore. It doesn't make any sense for a scientist to argue with that kind of thinking.
And I heard him say nothing could be promised tomorrow today. Yeah, I've been hitting up Hebrew Israelites, from people like Divine Prospect to Deacon Hakah to Rob Yawasop with the fucking Sakari Hebrew Israelites to Gorilla Hebrew. It's probably the main one that you should mention. With the ISUPK, I've called up Tazaryak and Katazah on numerous occasions. When Tazaryak is not there, Katazah fucking folds under the pressure, man. I have a better conversation, or more fucking respectable conversation with somebody like Tazaryak. But I've seen him become very disrespectful and childish, and just in a certain way that can only be described as passive aggressive. But you already know what I did to fucking Katazah, man. Yo, even my man Garfield posted this shit, man. Fucking Katazah keeps lying about the Father Nazario stones, man. What's wrong with him? He keeps lying. Like he's the Lion King. If you could find a better fucking explanation for this, you better tell Disney that you're the Lion King. That way I don't have to really deal with San Miguel TV, and I don't have to really respond to every little thing that you have to say on live fucking. Who the fuck are you, Doc?
Who the fuck are you? Find out today. Who are you? You gotta understand. Yo, listen. Israelite from the tribe of Ephraim. That's who I am. All right. God. Now here it goes. We obviously know, based on your phenotype, that the white man's swimming in your gene pool. Now we gotta defeat the white man. And I'm not attacking light-skinned blacks. I'm just attacking this man because I ain't sure who he is yet. What do you do to destroy that portion of the white man in your body? Because if the white man is the devil, it is clear that he is running through your veins. You are a hybrid. So I'm trying to ask you, as a hybrid. I'm a hybrid according to who? Listen, you are the iceberg lettuce of the black community. Yeah. There's romaine lettuce and there's iceberg lettuce. You are iceberg lettuce. Yo, why you ready? No, we got him out of here. We got him out of here.
I have a question that's specifically regarding the Father Nazario collection in Puerto Rico.
Okay, what's specifically your question concerning Padre Nazario?
Okay, I want to know if there's like a reference of how I can read about how this has been authenticated as Hebrew.
I mean, offhand, I can't directly. I mean, here's what you could do, right? Email Cross the Line Radio, and then I could send you some information on it. I got some articles that I've saved up, as well as there's a brother. I think his name is Yawasop, who did a direct. I'll reach out, even see, you know what I'm saying, what he's doing with the documentary. I'll send you all the information on it. So just hit Cross the Line Radio, and then I'll be able to send you over some things. You know what I'm saying? This way I don't gotta, dig it up right now and then do the whole breakdown, and it takes up half the show. So I'll send you some stuff.
Yeah, right. I'll send you some stuff.
Okay, because I was trying to contact that Dr. Reniel Rodriguez Ramos. He's at that University of Utuado, out there.
Mm-hmm.
Because according to the most recent research on this, they're saying that it's actually not Hebrew.
I mean, listen, I hear you, but when that joint was directly translated, it had the names of the 10 lost tribes on it in Hebrew. You know what I'm saying? As well as a handful of other references, you know what I'm saying, back to lands inside of Israel.
What are you talking about?
I don't know what more you want.
All I want is a professional reference. Any reference.
No. Yo, everything that he just said is straight bullshit. He says that there's references to particular lands back to Israel, man. That's not true. There's no references to a particular land back to Israel. There might be certain sounds of words and towns or cities in the land of Puerto Rico or the island of Puerto Rico at that time that might have sounded similar to Hebrew. But when we look at the language, the actual scripts, the writings, it doesn't match Hebrew writings. Not even Assyrian Hebrew, not even what you call the Paleo Hebrew.
Reference to what this guy's talking about. And you can see that he's getting defensive already.
Well, I mean, is there an epigrapher that you can reference? Because the most recent guy, Christian Rolston, he's saying it's not Hebrew. So, you know, and even the guy that's studying now, Dr. Irrational Rodriguez Ramos, who you said they did an interview with, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that he's saying it's not Hebrew either.
Okay, that's fine. He's not a Hebrew scholar either.
So peep how he's trying to discredit the man actually studying these things, who's Dr. Irrational Rodriguez Ramos. Regardless, I had just previously mentioned Christopher A. Ralston, who is a Hebrew scholar.
He's not a Hebrew scholar either, but like I said, I told you I'll send you some information. So if you want to send me your email, then I could send you some information.
Okay. No, I'm saying because I know you said you did thorough research on it. So, I mean, the people that are actually dealing with this are saying the opposite.
I just told you that I did do thorough research on it. And as a result, I even said that I was willing to share with you the research I did on it directly.
See, I'm just trying to get these guys to acknowledge the actual people doing the research and what they have to say. Why would anybody care about what this guy has to say about the Padre Nazario stones? He's never looked at them. He has no expertise in these things. So it doesn't matter what he has to say. We have to go to the people that are actually researching these things, that have looked at these things using forensic studies, epigraphy.
You know what I'm saying? But it sounds sounds like what it really sounds like is you want to be a contentious asshole.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, and you're starting to jog my memory as to who this is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're the same cat who calls up every 3 weeks about Ezra's and whatnot, because you just want to deny the Northern Kingdom. And if that's the case, that's fine. And even for argument's sake, right? Like hypothetical, let's say the stones are in Hebrew. Let's say they were a forgery. There's still countless amounts of other artifacts. You get what I'm saying? So it's like, even if I played your game and decided to just remove this artifact, it still wouldn't even negate the amount of references that you have. You know what? Hold on. Let me see what I have right in front of me, because I actually might have some of this here. Hold on. Might have it right on here. Bear with me. Let's see something.
I mean, if it's not Hebrew, I'm saying you guys are calling yourselves, you know, leaders of the Lord, and now you're referencing something that's false. So that would be very important.
Yeah, no, it actually wouldn't.
That doesn't make any sense, because if you want to admit that you got this wrong, it would be important for you to address it, because this is the ISUPK, which claims to be the home of the truth.
So we have the 100% unadulterated truth. Right. Period.
And they claim to have 100% unadulterated truth. So now we're finding out that what you're claiming to be Hebrew is actually not. So why would that not be important? That doesn't make any sense.
Because the information that I
you have a
have
lot of
is
other
directing it
but if
towards.
you're saying this is Hebrew,
Here's
it's
what
kind of
really
misleading.
here's what really happens, right? I'm
little
going to tell you what
misleading.
has to happen. See, you just disagree. So you need to try to find some hypocrisy within us, because you probably see us and you're probably like, damn, these cats go hard. They've been around since 1969. And you look at us and you look at yourself and you measure yourself and you constantly come up lacking. So as a result, you need to find a way so that this way you can disprove us, so that you can feel like a man, so that you can feel like you know something, and it just never happens. You get what I'm saying?
So if you dealt with Hebrew Israelites before, you know that they constantly use this form of debating, whereas they attribute a motive or an intent that you have by assuming some bad intent or bad motive. And it reminds me of a quote that Thomas Sowell said, where he says, it's amazing how many people think that they can answer an argument by attributing bad motives to those who disagree with them. Using this kind of reasoning, you can believe or not believe anything about anything without having to bother to deal with facts or logic. So he's not directly addressing the argument, which is that these experts, the archaeologists, the epigrapher, have come to conclusions that this is not Hebrew. And you're ignoring that, saying that, no, I've done my own research and it is.
You get what I'm saying? So once again, since you want to be a contentious asshole, I'm gonna move on to other callers. You know what I'm saying? And then here's what we can do.
I wanted to gain expertise from people that didn't have any involvement in terms of whatever they thought about Columbus, or any religious involvement, thinking about the lost tribes or whatever. And eventually, I brought in somebody that looked at the inscriptions. And I selected this epigrapher, who are the people that study ancient inscriptions. I wanted to work with this epigrapher because he's an expert detecting forgeries of ancient writing. And also because he's an expert, he knows how to read ancient Hebrew, he knows how to read Phoenician, he knows how to read many of the languages that could be either attributed directly or indirectly to people that might be related to lost tribes of Israel, for instance. Right. So what the epigrapher concluded, and his name is Chris Ralston from George Washington University. He looked at the stones. He spent a week with me here in Puerto Rico, looking at the collection in detail. And he said first that the inscriptions that you see in the stones are ancient, that the inscriptions seem to denote a form of annotation system, but that the type of writing that is presented here, he thinks is not Hebrew, it's not Phoenician. He thinks it's an ancient type of writing that developed locally because of the indigenous people engaged in contact with other people that had an established writing system. Mm-hmm. That the writing system these stones have is unknown at present. Which culture or cultures engaged with the indigenous people in the island, we still don't know. That's a question we still need to figure out. But he was very straight in his argument that the stones were not associated, that he, based on his expertise, he could not say that the stones were, presented Hebrew writing. He said that there are some symbols, as you can see here, that seem similar to Hebrew signs, Yeah. But he wasn't, based on the structure of the writing that he sees here, he thinks this is completely different. So we are now trying to figure out which culture or cultures were the ones that might have engaged with the indigenous peoples from the island that led to the development of this system of annotation. So it is like, based on the dates that we have, this seems to be like the oldest system, or one of the oldest, together with the Olmec systems of annotations
One of
in
the
the
oldest.
Americas. And so,
Listen, this shit isn't like not historical, or this information that we found that he didn't even find. It was Father Nazario, and he didn't even find it. He was told where to find this shit that was supposedly healing stones. So the question I want to ask y'all fucking Hebrew Israelites is, did these stones have any healing powers? You fucking crazy ass motherfuckers. Because all of that has to do with the actual story of how they even found these stones. It was because there was a cacique woman that was dying, and she thought that these stones were going to be able to keep her alive. You niggas are fucking insane if you believe that this has any truth to it, eh? But somehow this confirms that you guys are Hebrew Israelites. This motherfucker right here, Dr. Renio Rodriguez Ramos, I found his number. I got in contact with him, and I recorded a whole conversation. And I actually got him to muster up the fucking words to say that this shit is actually not Hebrew, man. This guy loves y'all Hebrew Israelites for some reason. He's woke as shit. This nigga's woke as fuck. He loves y'all Hebrew Israelites, man. And he refuses to acknowledge how wrong you motherfuckers are. And he was trying to protect y'all. You talking about protection of this and fucking systemic oppression and cover-ups and secrets. This motherfucker doesn't want to expose you guys for being wrong. That shit could be, he could come out and say they're using my name in the wrong way. They're using my name unrighteously. And I want to fucking just fucking clear up my name and let you know that I don't believe that this shit is actually Hebrew. And this guy is being so careful to not offend these people and still say at the same time that he told y'all already that this is not Hebrew. I already posted the video where he told y'all motherfuckers in Puerto Rico, IUIC, that the Native Americans, that they've been Native Americans, indigenous, Tainos in Puerto Rico for 15,000 years, you stupid motherfuckers. So what are you talking about? 720 BC. They were the first one where never mankind dwelt. In 720 BC, you think that there wasn't anybody in America? This is obviously not talking about America. And so many things prove you wrong, but because you have a confirmation bias, you want to continue your bullshit. It's that simple. And this is what I specialize in, is the whole 10 tribes shit, Mayan alphabet, the Kennewick man that was found, the Anzac 1 child that was found, the Sunrise girl that was found. All this is actual evidence, anthropology, bodies, genetics, bone structure that we can compare. That's so much better than, oh, they wear fringes and we wear fringes too. So therefore, that means that we're all Israelites. When Siberians wore fringes, Siberians smoked the peace pipe. Siberians are the progenitors of the Native Americans, largely to the scale of 80% of the DNA that they know about. And if you want to talk about the DNA that we don't know about, then we don't know about it. So why would you even try to propose that as some type of evidence? Because we don't know about it. Well, we do know, we could find in Wyoming, in Montana, in Alaska, in Yukon, is that the Native Americans are very closely related to East Asians, more specifically Siberians. And you can see the migration of the Clovis culture in their hunting tools, in their eating habits, their culture. The woolly mammoth even migrated from Siberia to North America, from Asia to North America. You'll find the woolly mammoth. How did that happen? And you tell me humans didn't migrate? The gray wolf. Come on, man. We could do this shit all night with the 10 tribes shit. You guys are so incorrect about this, man. I don't care if you want to be a Puerto Rican that thinks they're Ephraimite, or a Benjamite that's Jamaican, and you think that you have some type of connection to a Mexican or a Haitian who thinks that you're a Levite And you think that the Israelites today are supposed to be the Mexicans, and these motherfuckers have no connection to Haitians at all. These people don't even communicate with each other in life in any way, man. I don't think that you can find a Haitian community in Mexico. Well, probably because of the migration that's been going on to America from Haiti. Sometimes they have to go through Mexico, so maybe that's been happening. But to tell you the truth, man, like when you look at their genetic makeup, their genetic ancestry, everything about their DNA tells you that Mexicans and Haitians are so far apart on the genetic fucking tree root, the tree branches, you know, the family fucking tree of human expansion and you know how we came to look the way that we look. Do you think that Asians look the way that they look because Lot is the progenitor or the forefather of all Asians? But they won't say Lot is the father of Hawaiians. They would call them Polynesians, a lot of these motherfuckers. Most of these cats will call Hawaiians Polynesians. And you can see that their whole culture is very closely connected to Native Americans, and very closely connected to East Asians. Come on, man. We could keep watching these old videos, man, and destroying this
So it again shows that the indigenous people of the island and in the Caribbean in general were much more advanced, as my colleague Roberto Perez says, scientifically than what we have traditionally attributed to them. That there was a deeper knowledge about the space that they were inhabiting, about the celestial space, you know, about nature, and perhaps other sorts of knowledge that we don't have any clue about them, you know. And so for me, you know, like when you look at this the system is really complex because it has the markings, but then it has these lines in angles which might have something to do with mathematical coding or something, you know. We are at this point, and I'm sorry to not be more conclusive in my perspective, but at this point, you know, I am just trying to figure out, having at least from myself and my own perspective, I am okay now with saying as an archaeologist that I think that many of these stones are ancient, that they are prior to Columbus. I am okay with that, and I go to the end. But I am still working on trying to establish what sort of system is represented, what type of information was being codified in these artifacts. This is not decoration. You know, like the epigrapher said a couple of things that were really important. He says that these are register lines. So this is what provided orientation to the signs and possibly meaning to the signs. You know, so there was information being coded on this. Well, the epigrapher, who was the person that analyzed the images, the writing on the stones, he said that that this writing developed because there was some contact of the indigenous people of Puerto Rico with other people that had an already established writing system, and that the people from Puerto Rico, after getting contact with that writing system, developed locally their own writing system.
Locally,
you see. So I am not, you know, I at this point, I consider that the stones were made in Puerto Rico, were very likely made by the indigenous people of Puerto Rico, but that they resulted from the contact with people from other area, from where that served as the impetus. The process, the epigrapher said, is called.
This is pretty much telling you straight up that if you believe in the 12 tribe sign and you think that Puerto Ricans are Ephraimites, this puts a whole fucking, you know, a dagger in your heart, man. Not only does it disconfirm one of your biggest claims to Puerto Ricans being Israelites, which is the Father Nazario stones. It actually disconfirms any idea that the language that was being spoken in Puerto Rico was anywhere close to Hebrew or even Phoenician. Which, if you can't tie it to Phoenician, then you can't tie that shit to Hebrew. So I'm sorry, Ferrari, keep blowing up. And y'all niggas just keep lying, man. I'm gonna call it a night. You know, we've been going for a while. Getting late. I'm tired, man. Yeah, thanks for coming through. I'm out of here. Peace. Have a good night. All right. One love.